Chapter 18. Friend of my heart. Sorry for the delay. I write to you from Paris, having just arrived here from London, where I had to go and pick up an award. They never tire of giving me awards, do they? It's a shame I've tired so quickly of receiving them, or my life would be endless fun. Anyway, I miss you. I was sitting in the Musée d'Orsay this morning looking at sweet little Marcel Proust's portrait, and wishing John Singer Sargent had painted him instead. He's quite ugly in the painting, but despite this unfortunate fact, and I do mean despite, something in his eyes reminded me of you. Probably just the glow of brilliance. Perhaps indeed there exists but a single intelligence, in which everyone in the world participates, towards which each of us from the position of his own separate body turns his eyes, as in a theatre where, if everyone has his own separate seat, there is on the other hand but a single stage. Reading those words I feel terribly happy, to think that I might share an intelligence with you. On the top floor of the museum today, I noticed there were several portraits of Berthe Morisot, all painted by Edouard Manet. In every painting Morisot looks a little bit different, so it's hard to imagine how she really looked, how she combined each different shade of her likeness into one full and recognizable human face. I searched for a photograph afterwards and was surprised by the solidity of her features, which in Manet's work often look cloudy or delicate. In one of the paintings she's handsome, dark, statuesque in a white dress. She sits on a balcony alongside two other figures, her forearm relaxed against the parapet, her hand holding a closed fan. She's looking away, almost frowning, her face is complex and expressive, she's deep in thought. In another painting she's soft-featured, pretty, gazing out at the viewer in a tall black hat and black shawl, her gaze at once uncertain and revealing. She was the model Manet painted more often than any other, more often than his own wife. But when I look at the paintings I don't always recognize her as beautiful right away. Her beauty is something I have to search for, requiring some interpretive work, some intellectual or abstract work, and maybe that's what Manet found so fascinating about it. But then again maybe not. For 6 years Morisot came to his studio, chaperoned by her mother, and he painted her, always clothed. Several of her own paintings hang in the museum too. Two girls sharing a park bench in the Bois de Boulogne, one in a white dress, wearing a broad straw hat, bending her head forward over her lap, maybe she's reading, the other girl in a dark dress, her long fair hair tied back with a black ribbon, showing to the viewer her white neck and ear. Behind them all the lush vague greenery of the public park. But Morisot never painted Manet. 6 years after she met him, and apparently at his suggestion, she married his brother. He painted her just once more, wedding ring glittering dark on her delicate hand, and then never again. Don't you think that's a love story? It reminds me of you and Simon. And to give myself away even further, I duly add, thank God he has no brothers. The problem with museums like the d'Orsay, by the way and just totally incidentally, is that there's far too much art, so that no matter how well you plan your route or how noble your intentions, you will always find yourself walking irritably past priceless works of profound genius looking for the bathrooms. And you feel slightly cheapened afterwards, like you've let yourself down, at least I do. I bet you never look for the bathrooms in museums, Eileen. I bet as soon as you enter the hallowed halls of Europe's great galleries, you simply leave such corporeal practicalities behind you, if indeed they ever plague you in the first place. One doesn't think of you as a corporeal being really, but as a beam of pure intellect. And how I wish I had a little more of your radiance illuminating my life at the moment. Yesterday afternoon I gave 3 interviews and did an hour-long photo shoot, and between 2 of the interviews, my father called me to tell me that he had a fall and is back in hospital getting an X-ray. His voice sounded thin and his speech was quite garbled. I received the call while standing in the corridor of my publisher's office building in Montparnasse. In front of me was an entrance to the ladies' toilets, and beside that a large poster for a best-selling paperback by a French writer. I asked him what time the X-ray was scheduled but he had no idea. I'm not even sure how he managed to place the call. When we hung up, I went straight back down the corridor and into an office room, where a nice female journalist in her 40s proceeded to conduct an hour-long interview with me about my influences and literary style. The photo shoot afterwards took place on the street. Several passers-by stopped to watch, perhaps curious as to who I was and why my photograph was being taken, while the photographer gave instructions such as, "Relax your face, and try to look more your normal self." At 8 p.m., a car took me to an event space in Montmartre, where I gave a public reading and answered audience questions, sipping intermittently from a tiny plastic bottle of lukewarm water. This morning, tired and disorientated, I wandered down the street near my hotel and eventually found and entered an empty church. There I sat for about 20 minutes bathed in the slow serious air of sanctity and cried a few picturesque tears about the nobility of Jesus. This is all by way of explaining to you my interest in Christianity. Put simply, I am fascinated and touched by the personality of Jesus, in rather a sentimental, arguably even maudlin way. Everything about the way he lived moves me. On the one hand, I feel toward him a kind of personal attraction and closeness that is most reminiscent of my feeling for certain beloved fictional characters, which makes sense, considering that I've encountered him through exactly the same means, i.e. by reading about him in books. On the other hand, I feel humbled and impressed by him in a different way. He seems to me to embody a kind of moral beauty, and my admiration for that beauty even makes me want to say that I love him, though I'm well aware how ridiculous that sounds. But, Eileen, I do love him, and I can't even pretend that it's only the same love I feel for Prince Mishkin, or for Charles Swan, or for Isabel Archer. It is actually something different, a different feeling. And while I don't, as such, really believe that Jesus was resurrected after his death, it's also true to say that some of the most moving scenes in the Gospels, and some of those to which I return most frequently, take place after the resurrection. I find it hard to separate the Jesus who appears after the resurrection from the man who appears before. They seem to me to be all of one being. I suppose what I mean is that in his resurrected form, he goes on saying the kind of things that only he could say, that I can't imagine emanating from any other consciousness. But that's as close as I get to thinking about his divinity. I have a strong liking and affection for him, and I feel moved when I contemplate his life and death. That's all. Rather than filling me with spiritual peace, however, the example set by Jesus only makes my existence seem trivial and shallow in comparison. In public I'm always talking about care ethics and the value of human community, but in my real life I don't take on the work of caring for anyone except myself. Who in the world relies on me for anything? No one. I can blame myself, and I do, but I also think the failure is general. People our age used to get married and have children and conduct love affairs, and now everyone is still single at 30 and lives with housemates they never see. Traditional marriage was obviously not fit for purpose, and almost ubiquitously ended in one kind of failure or another, but at least it was an effort at something, and not just a sad sterile foreclosure on the possibility of life. Of course, if we all stay alone and practice celibacy and carefully police our personal boundaries, many problems will be avoided, but it seems we will also have almost nothing left that makes life worthwhile. I guess you could say the old ways of being together were wrong, they were. And that we didn't want to repeat old mistakes, we didn't. But when we tore down what confined us, what did we have in mind to replace it? I offer no defense of coercive heterosexual monogamy, except that it was at least a way of doing things, a way of seeing life through. What do we have now? Instead? Nothing. And we hate people for making mistakes so much more than we love them for doing good that the easiest way to live is to do nothing, say nothing, and love no one. However, Jesus teaches us not to judge. I can't approve of unforgiving Puritanism or of moral vanity, but I am hardly perfect in either regard. All my mania for culture, for really good things, for knowing about jazz recordings and red wine and Danish furniture, even about Keats and Shakespeare and James Baldwin, what if it's all a form of vanity, or even worse, a little bandage over the initial wound of my origins? I have put between myself and my parents such a gulf of sophistication that it's impossible for them to touch me now or to reach me at all. And I look back across that gulf, not with a sense of guilt or loss, but with relief and satisfaction. Am I better than they are? Certainly not, although maybe luckier. But I am different, and I don't understand them very well, and I can't live with them or draw them into my inner world, or for that matter write about them. All my filial duties are nothing but a series of rituals on my part designed to shield myself from criticism while giving nothing of myself away. It was touching what you said in your last message about our civilization collapsing and life going on afterwards. And yet I can't imagine my life that way. I mean, whatever goes on, it won't be my life anymore, not really. Because in my deepest essence I am just an artifact of our culture, just a little bubble winking at the brim of our civilization. And when it's gone, I'll be gone. Not that I think I mind. P.S. I hate to ask, but since Simon says he's coming along with you, should I make up 2 bedrooms or 1? Chapter 19. On Friday morning it rained and Eileen took the bus to work. She had finished the Karamazov Brothers by then and was reading The Golden Bowl, standing up on the bus with one hand gripping the yellow upright rail and the other holding a copy of the novel in paperback. After alighting she put her scarf over her head and walked a couple of minutes to the office on Kildare Street in the rain. Inside, her colleagues were laughing at a satirical video about the Brexit negotiations. Eileen stood at the computer where they were gathered to watch it, looking over their shoulders at the screen, as the rain slid softly and noiselessly down the outer panes of the office windows. "Oh, I've seen this one," she said. "It's funny." After that she made a pot of coffee and sat down at her desk. She checked her phone and saw a message from Lola about a cake tasting later that week. "I'm busy tomorrow evening but otherwise free," Eileen wrote back. "Let me know what works." Lola replied within a couple of minutes. "Lola, what are you doing tomorrow?" "Eileen, I have plans." Lola, heh. "Lola, are you seeing someone?" Eileen glanced around the office, as if to check that no one was watching, and then, returning her attention to her phone, she began typing again. "Eileen, no comment." "Lola, is he tall?" "Eileen, none of your business." "Eileen, but yes, he's 6 feet 3 inches." "Lola. Lola, did you meet him on the internet?" "Lola, is he a serial killer?" "Lola, still if he's 6 feet 3 inches I suppose it swings and roundabouts." "Eileen, this interview is terminated." "Eileen, let me know about the cake tasting." "Lola, do you want to bring him to the wedding?" "Eileen, that won't be necessary." "Lola, why not?" Eileen put her phone away and opened a new browser window on her work computer. For a moment she paused, staring at the search engine on the home page, and then quickly and lightly she tapped out the words Eileen Leiden and hit the return key. A page of results showed on screen, with a set of images displayed at the top. One was a photograph of Eileen herself, sandwiched between 2 black and white historical images. The other results were chiefly social media profiles belonging to other people, along with some obituaries and professional listings. At the bottom of the page, a link to the magazine's website read, "Eileen Leiden, editorial assistant." She clicked the link and a new page opened. No photograph was included, and the text simply read, "Eileen Leiden is an editorial assistant and contributor at the Harcourt Review." Her essay on the novels of Natalia Ginzburg appeared in issue 43, winter 2015. The final part of the sentence was hyperlinked and Eileen clicked it, leading to a page on which the magazine issue could be purchased online. She closed the tab then and opened up her work email account. At home that evening, Eileen called her parents' landline number, and her father Pat picked up the phone. They talked for a few minutes about a minor political controversy that had been in the news that day, both with similar or even identical tones of disapproval. "Please God it won't be long before the next election," Pat said. Eileen told him she would keep her fingers crossed. He asked her how she was getting on at work and she said, "Nothing to report." She was sitting on the bed in her room, one arm holding her phone to her ear, the other resting on her knees. "I'll put you onto your mother," he said. A rasping noise then, and what sounded like clicking, before Mary's voice said into the receiver, "Hello." Eileen gave a strained smile. "Hello," she said. "How are you?" For a little while they talked about work. Mary told an anecdote involving a new member of staff at the school who had mixed up two female teachers who were both named Ms. Walsh. "That's funny," Eileen said. After that they talked about the wedding, a dress Eileen had seen in a shop window, two different pairs of shoes Mary was deciding between, and finally they moved on to the subjects of Lola's behavior, Mary's responses to Lola's behavior, and the underlying attitudes revealed by Mary's responses to Lola's behavior. "When she loses her temper with you, you expect me to take your side," said Eileen. "But when she loses her temper with me, you say it's none of your business." Mary sighed loudly into the receiver. Okay, she said, "I'm a failure, I've let you both down, what more do you want me to say?" Sternly, Eileen answered, "No, I never said any of that." After a pause, Mary asked if she had any plans for the weekend. In a guarded tone of voice she said she was going to see Simon on Saturday night. "Is he still with the new girlfriend?" Mary asked. Eileen closed her eyes and said she didn't know. "You were very fond of him at one time," Mary said. Eileen said nothing for a few seconds. "Weren't you?" Mary prompted. Eileen opened her eyes then. "Yes, Mother," she answered. Mary was no longer laughing. "Okay, pet," she said. "I won't keep you any longer. You have a nice evening now. I love you." After hanging up the phone, Eileen opened a messaging app and selected Simon's name. Their most recent exchange displayed on screen, from the day before, and she scrolled back up to reread the messages in sequence. "Eileen, send me a photo of your room." The next message was a photograph of a hotel room interior, with a double bed taking up most of the floor space. On the bed was a purple duvet and a folded quilt in a different shade of purple. "Eileen, and now one with you in it." "Simon, ha." Simon, senior political advisor caught sending explicit images from War of Independence commemoration ceremony. "Eileen, what did the II fight for if not our freedoms, Simon?" "Simon, it's what the boys would have wanted," insists disgraced former aide Eileen. "Oh, before I forget. Eileen, did you know Alice is in Paris this week?" "Simon, you're not serious." "Simon, where did she fly from?" "Eileen, didn't say but it has to be Dublin." "Simon, international woman of mystery." "Eileen, oh God, do not say that." "Eileen, that's exactly what she wants people to be saying, Simon. No, I just hope she's all right." "Simon, if I'm back here early tonight I'll give you a ring, okay?" After that Eileen had posted the thumbs up emoji. No further messages had been exchanged. She exited the thread now and returned to the home screen of the messaging app. For a moment her finger hovered over the button to close the app, and then, instead, as if on impulse, she tapped Lola's name. Lola's most recent message, from earlier that day, displayed on screen. Why not? With her thumbs Eileen began typing out a reply. "Eileen, because he's going to be there anyway." She hit send, and almost instantly an icon showed that Lola had seen the message. The animated ellipsis appeared, and within a few seconds a reply arrived. "Lola, oh my God. Lola, speaking of serial killers. Lola, please tell me it's not Simon Costigan." Eileen settled herself back against the headboard, typing. "Eileen, wow. Eileen, all these years and you're still mad that he likes me better than you, Lola, Eileen." Lola, you're not seriously going out with that freak, are you, Eileen? If I am, it's none of your business. Lola, you realize he goes to confession, right? Lola, like he literally tells his bad thoughts to a priest, Eileen, okay. Eileen, firstly, I don't think that's really what happens at confession, Lola. Money down, he turns out to be sexually deviant, Lola. He definitely fancied you when you were 15. Lola, and he was at least 20. Lola, wonder if he told any priests about that, Eileen, LMAO. Eileen, in our entire lives, literally one man has ever liked me better than you, Eileen, and you still can't get over it. Lola, all right, kiddo. Lola, just don't come crying to me when you're married and pregnant, Lola, and some schoolgirls from your neighborhood start to mysteriously go missing. For a few seconds Eileen stared down at the screen of her phone, her head swaying absently from side to side, before she began typing again. Eileen, do you know why you hate him, Lola? Eileen, it's because he's the only person who has ever taken my side against you. Lola saw this message, but no ellipsis appeared, and no reply arrived. Eileen locked her phone and pushed it away from her, down the bed. Stretching her legs out, she opened up her laptop and started to draft an email to Alice. 20 minutes later her phone buzzed again and she retrieved it. Lola, actual LOL. Reading this message, Eileen took a deep breath in and then allowed her eyes to close. Slowly the breath left her body and re-entered the room, the breath mingling now with the air of the room, moving through the air of the room and dispersing, droplets and microscopic aerosol particles diffusing through the air of the room and dropping slowly, toward the floor. By 10 o'clock the following night, Eileen was in the kitchen of a house in Pimlico, drinking whiskey from a plastic cup and talking to a woman named Leanne. The hours can be long, yeah, Leanne was saying. I'd be in there until 9 a few times a week, anyway. Eileen was wearing a black silk blouse and had a thin gold chain around her neck, which glinted under the light from the ceiling fixture. Music was playing from the living room and beside them, at the sink, someone was trying to open a bottle of sparkling wine. Eileen said she left work before 6 o'clock most evenings. Leanne gave a high, almost horrified laugh. Jesus, she said. 6 p.m. Where do you work? Sorry. Eileen told her she worked for a literary magazine. Paula, who was hosting the party, came over and offered them some sparkling wine. Eileen held up her cup and said, I'm good, thanks. The doorbell rang and Paula put down the bottle and went away again. Leanne started to tell Eileen about various late nights she had recently spent in the office, on one occasion getting a taxi home at 6:30 in the morning only to return to work in another taxi 2 hours later. I can't imagine that's good for your health, Eileen said. The door of the kitchen opened then, and Leanne turned around to see who had come in. It was Simon, wearing a white overshirt and carrying a canvas bag on his shoulder. At the sight of him, Leanne let out a cry of greeting. She threw her arms open and he accepted her embrace, looking past her at Eileen with a smile. Hello, he said. How are we? God, it's been ages, said Leanne. Here, do you know Paula's friend Eileen? Eileen stood against the kitchen table stroking her necklace absently with a fingertip, looking back at him. Ah, he said, we know each other rather well, actually. Eileen started to laugh then, touching her lip with her tongue. Oh, said Leanne. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Taking a bottle of wine out of his bag, he said in a relaxed tone, no, that's all right. Eileen and I grew up together. Yes, Simon was very fond of me when I was a baby, Eileen said. He used to carry me around my back garden and give me little kisses. So my mother says. He was smiling to himself, unscrewing the cap from his bottle of wine. Even as a child of 5 I had beautiful taste, he said. Only the finest babies made the grade. Glancing back and forth between them now, Leanne asked Simon if he was still working in Leinster House. "For my sins," he said. "Do you see a glass handy?" Leanne said all the glasses were dirty, but there were plastic cups on the table. "Let me find a dirty one, I'll wash it," he said. Eileen informed Leanne that Simon would no longer use plastic cups, out of respect for Mother Earth. Simon, who was rinsing a wine glass under the cold tap, said, "She does make me sound insufferable, doesn't she? But Leanne, tell me, how is work?" Leanne started to tell him about her job, with specific reference to some colleagues of hers who were friends of his. A man in a denim jacket came inside from the backyard, pulling the door behind him, saying aloud to no one in particular, "Getting cold out there." Through the kitchen doorway, Eileen caught the eye of their friend Peter, and waving her hand she went out to greet him. She glanced back once over her shoulder to see Simon and Leanne in conversation, Simon leaning against the kitchen countertop, Leanne standing in front of him, twisting a lock of her hair between her fingers. The living room was small and cramped, with a staircase against one wall and potted plants on the bookcases, leaves trailing over the spines of books. Peter was at the fireplace taking his jacket off, talking to Paula about the same political controversy Eileen had discussed with her father the evening before. No one comes out of it looking good," Peter was saying. "Well, except Sinn Féin, obviously." Someone had connected their phone to the speakers and an Angel Olsen song started playing, while from the hallway their friend Hannah came inside. Peter and Eileen allowed their conversation to taper off while Hannah made her way over to join them, holding a bottle of wine by the neck, bangles clinking on her wrists. Immediately she started to tell a story about a problem with the garage door at her house that afternoon, and how long they'd had to wait for the workmen to arrive, and how she had been late to meet her mother for lunch in town. While Eileen listened, her eyes traveled back to the kitchen doorway, through which Simon's figure was still partly visible, still leaning against the countertop, though several other people had joined him now. Following her gaze, Peter said, "The big man. I didn't know he was here." Hannah had found a clean plastic cup on the coffee table and was pouring herself a drink. She asked who they were talking about and Peter said Simon. "Oh, I hope he's brought Caroline," Hannah replied. At this remark Eileen's attention moved quickly from the kitchen doorway back to Hannah. "No," Paula said, "not tonight." Hannah was screwing the cap back on her bottle while Eileen watched. "That's a shame," Hannah said. Leaving the bottle down on the coffee table, she caught Eileen's eye, and asked, "Have you met her yet, Eileen?" "Caroline," Eileen repeated. "Is that the girl Simon is seeing?" Paula said. Eileen was smiling now, with some perceptible effort. "No," she answered. "No, we haven't met." Hannah swallowed a mouthful of wine and went on, "Oh, she's great. You'll love her. You've met her, Peter, haven't you?" Turning as if to address Eileen, he said, "Yeah, she seemed nice. And she's only about 10 years younger than him, so that's an improvement." "You are horrible," Hannah retorted. Eileen gave a brittle laugh. "I never get to meet them," she said. "For some reason he doesn't like to introduce me, I don't know why." "How curious," said Peter. "I'm sure that's not true," said Hannah. To Eileen, Peter went on, "Because, you know, I've always had that little question mark about the two of you." Hannah let out a horrified laugh, and grabbed Eileen by the upper arm. "Don't listen to him," she said. "He doesn't know what he's talking about." Their friend Roisin came up to join them then, wanting to ask Peter for his take on the same political controversy they had been discussing before. When Eileen went to the kitchen at midnight for another drink, she stopped to look through the back window, where Simon's figure was visible dimly, talking to the woman whose name was Leanne. A cigarette was hanging loosely between Leanne's index and middle fingers, and with her other hand she was touching Simon's shirt collar. Eileen put the bottle away and left the kitchen. In the living room Roisin was sitting on Peter's lap for the purpose of acting out a funny anecdote. Eileen stood by the sofa sipping her drink, smiling at the punchline while everyone laughed. Afterwards she went out to the hallway and took her jacket from underneath a few others that had been left on the same hook. She went out the front door then and closed it behind her. The air outside was cool. Behind her the living room window of Paula's house was lit up, a deep warm golden color, and from within came the muted noise of music and voices. Eileen took her phone from her pocket. The time on the screen was 0:08. She went out the front gate onto the pavement and put her hands into the pockets of her jacket. Before she had reached the corner of the street, the door of Paula's house opened up again and Simon came out onto the front step. Without closing the door behind him, he called out, "Hey, are you leaving?" Eileen turned around. Between them the street was empty and dark, the curved hoods of parked cars reflecting the streetlights dimly. "Yeah," she said. He stood there for a moment just looking at her, maybe frowning. "Well, can I walk you home?" he asked. She shrugged. "Wait there for a second," he said. He went back inside and she stood with her hands in her pockets, elbows out, staring down at the cracked pavement surface. When he re-emerged and closed the door behind him, the sound echoed against the walls of the terrace opposite. Bending down, he unlocked his bicycle from the railing of Paula's front yard, and then put his bike lock and key into the canvas bag he had brought with him. She stood watching him. Straightening up again, he wheeled his bike over to where she was standing. "Hey," he said. "Is everything okay?" She nodded her head. "You left kind of abruptly," he said. "I was looking for you." "You couldn't have been looking for very long," she said. "It's an extremely small house." He gave a kind of puzzled smile. "No, well, you hadn't been gone for very long," he said. "You're only about 50 feet from the door." Eileen started walking again and Simon went along with her, his bike clicking quietly between them. "I thought it was nice of Leanne to try and introduce us earlier," he said. "Yes, I noticed she got a hug. I didn't even get a handshake." He laughed. "I know, I really behaved myself, didn't I?" he said. "But I think she got the idea." Tonelessly, Eileen said, "Did she?" Looking down at her now, he was frowning again. "Well, I didn't want to embarrass you," he answered. "What do you think I should have said?" "Oh, Eileen and I don't need to be introduced. Actually, we're lovers." "And are we?" she asked. I suppose that's one of those words nobody uses anymore." They reached the corner of the street and took a left to leave the estate and walk back toward the main road. Above them, narrow trees planted at intervals along the footpath, in full leaf. Eileen's hands were still in her pockets. She cleared her throat, and then said aloud, "Your friends were just telling me how great this person Caroline is. The girl you're seeing. They all seem very fond of her, she's obviously made a big impression." Simon was looking at Eileen as she spoke, but she was staring fixedly at the pavement ahead. "Right," he said. "I didn't realize you'd introduced her to everyone." "Not everyone," he said. "She's come out for drinks with us a couple of times, that's all." Almost inaudibly Eileen murmured, "Jesus." For a time neither of them spoke again. Finally he said, "I did tell you I'd been seeing someone." "Am I the only one of your friends who hasn't met her?" she asked. "I know how this sounds, but I really have been trying to do everything right. It's just, you know, it's not the most straightforward situation." Eileen let out a harsh laugh. "Yeah, it must be tough," she said. "You can't fuck everyone, right? Or you can, but things eventually get awkward." Simon seemed to consider this. After a moment he said, "Look, I understand you're feeling upset, but I'm not sure if you're being completely fair." "I'm not upset," she answered. His eyes moved over the street ahead of them. Seconds went by in silence while they walked, cars passing beside them on the road. Finally he said, "You know, when I asked you out in February, you told me you just wanted to be friends. You never, and I'm not trying to be accusatory, I'm just giving you my perspective, you never showed any interest in me at all until I told you I was seeing someone else. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that." Eileen's head was bent forward, showing the long line of her neck over the collar of her jacket, her eyes on the pavement. She said nothing. He went on, "And when you did find out I was seeing someone, you decided you wanted to flirt with me and call me on the phone at night, okay, and then you want to come over when I'm in bed and we mess around or whatever, that's fine, I don't mind. As far as I can see, I've been very clear with you, there is someone else, but it's not exclusive, so if you want to sleep over in my apartment there's no problem. I'm not pressuring you to make any decisions about where we stand with each other, I'm happy to just spend time together and see how things go. From everything you said, I assumed that's what you wanted. And it's been really nice, for me at least. I completely understand why it's awkward for you to hear our friends talking about someone else I'm seeing, but it's not like you didn't know she existed." While he spoke, Eileen lifted her hand to her face, pushing her hair back roughly off her forehead, tension visible in her shoulders, in her neck, in the sharp, almost jerking movements of her fingers. "Jesus," she repeated. "How Christian of you." "What does that mean?" he asked. With a laugh that sounded almost frightened, she said, "I can't believe I've been such a fool." They had stopped walking, outside the entrance to a block of flats, beneath a streetlight. He was looking at her with concern. "No," he said. "You haven't been a fool. And I'm sorry I've upset you. It's the last thing I wanted to do, believe me. I haven't even seen Caroline this week. If I gave you the impression that I'd broken things off with her after last weekend, I'm really sorry." She was covering her face, her hands scrubbing at her eyes, and her voice when she spoke was muffled and indistinct. "Oh God," she was murmuring. "I just thought, no, I don't even know what I thought." "Eileen, what do you want? Because if you seriously want us to be together, I can end things with Caroline anytime. I'd be happy to, more than happy. But if you don't want that, and we're just playing around and having fun, then, you know, I can't be single for the rest of my life because it suits you better. I have to, at some point, I have to get over that. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure out what you want." Closing her eyes, she said nothing for several seconds. Then she said in a low, even voice, "I want to go home." "Right," he said. "You mean now?" She was nodding her head, her eyes shut. "The fastest thing is probably just to keep walking," he said. "Is that okay? I'll see you to your door." She answered yes. In silence they made their way to Thomas Street and turned left, walking over towards St. Catherine's. At the traffic lights a few cars were idling, and a taxi with its light turned on. Without speaking they walked down Bridgefoot Street and crossed the bridge at Usher's Island. Streetlights fragmented and dissolved on the black surface of the river. Finally they reached the entrance of Eileen's apartment building and stood together under the projecting arch of the external doorway. He looked at her, and with her head held straight she looked back at him. After taking a deep breath in, she said effortfully, "Let's just forget about it, can we?" He waited a moment as if to let her continue, but she didn't. "I'm sorry to sound stupid," he answered, "but about what, do you mean?" She went on looking at him, her face thin and pale. "I suppose about the whole thing," she said. "And we can just be friends again." He started to nod his head while she watched him. "Sure," he said. "That's all right. I'm glad we've talked about it." He paused briefly and then added, "I'm sorry if you thought I was ignoring you at Paula's house. I had been looking forward to seeing you, very much. I didn't mean to make you feel ignored. But that's all. I'm going to head home now, okay?" I may not see you during the week, but in any case we'll see each other at the wedding. She seemed to swallow, and then asked haltingly, Is Caroline going to be there? I know you said you were thinking about bringing her. He looked up at Eileen then, and started to smile. Oh no, he said. I never invited her in the end. But if that was all you wanted, you could have just told me. No need for such advanced tactics. She turned her face away, shaking her head. No, it wasn't that, she said. He went on observing her a moment longer, and then said in a friendly voice, Not to worry. See you soon. He walked away, the wheels of his bicycle padded and quiet on the paved street surface. Eileen took her keys from her pocket and let herself into the building, making her way directly up the stairs and through the front door of her apartment. Pushing her bedroom door open blindly and banging it shut, she lay down on the bed and started crying. Her face was red, a vein in her temple was visible. She hugged her knees to her chest and sobbed with a painful catching sound in her throat. Taking off one of her flat leather shoes, she threw it hard at the opposite wall and it fell limply on the carpet. She let out a noise almost like a scream then and put her face in her hands, shaking her head. A minute went by. 2 minutes. She sat up and wiped her face, leaving black makeup smudged under her eyes and on her hand. 3, 4 minutes. She got to her feet, went to the window and looked out between the curtains. The headlights of a car swept past. Her eyes were pink and swollen. She scrubbed them once more with her hand and then took her phone from her pocket. The time was 0:41. She opened a messaging app and tapped Simon's name. An exchange from earlier that day appeared on screen. Into the reply field Eileen slowly typed the words, Jesus Christ Simon, I fucking hate you. Calmly she surveyed this message, and then, with apparent deliberation, added the lines, like in your mind we were really just having fun all week and you were seeing someone else the whole time. When you were crying all over me the other night telling me how lonely you are, was that your idea of a joke? What the fuck is wrong with you? Her eyes moved once again over the text, slowly, thoughtfully. Then, holding her thumb to the backspace key, she deleted the draft. Taking deep hard breaths now, she began to type again. Simon, I'm sorry. I feel awful. I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes I hate myself so much I wish something heavy would fall on my head and kill me. You are the only person who is ever nice to me and now you probably don't even want to speak to me anymore. I don't know why I ruin everything good in my life. I'm sorry. By the time she had finished typing, the clock on screen read 0:54. She scrolled back to reach the top of the message, and down again to read over the final line. Then she held the pad of her thumb down once more on the backspace key. Again the reply field was blank, the cursor blinking rhythmically over grayed-out text that read, type a message. She locked her phone and lay back down on the bed. Chapter 20. Alice, I am feeling a bit mystified that you're on another work trip already. When we talked back in February, I got the impression you were leaving Dublin because you didn't want to see people, and you needed time to rest and recover. When I expressed my concerns about you being on your own all the time, you actually told me that was what you needed. I find it a little bit strange that you're now sending me these chatty emails about the awards ceremonies you're attending in Paris. If you're feeling better and you're happy to be back at work, that's great, obviously. But presumably you're flying from Dublin Airport for all these trips. Could you not have let any of your friends know you were going to be in town? You obviously didn't tell Simon or myself, and Roisin has just told me she texted you 2 weeks ago and got no reply. I completely understand if you're not feeling up to being sociable, but then maybe you're pushing yourself to get back to work too quickly. Do you see what I mean? I've been thinking about the later parts of your message for a few days now, about whether, as you say, the failure is general. I know we agree that civilization is presently in its decadent declining phase, and that lurid ugliness is the predominant visual feature of modern life. Cars are ugly, buildings are ugly, mass-produced disposable consumer goods are unspeakably ugly. The air we breathe is toxic, the water we drink is full of microplastics, and our food is contaminated by cancerous Teflon chemicals. Our quality of life is in decline, and along with it, the quality of aesthetic experience available to us. The contemporary novel is, with very few exceptions, irrelevant. Mainstream cinema is family-friendly nightmare porn funded by car companies and the US Department of Defense, and visual art is primarily a commodity market for oligarchs. It is hard in these circumstances not to feel that modern living compares poorly with the old ways of life, which have come to represent something more substantial, more connected to the essence of the human condition. This nostalgic impulse is of course extremely powerful, and has recently been harnessed to great effect by reactionary and fascist political movements, but I'm not convinced that this means the impulse itself is intrinsically fascistic. I think it makes sense that people are looking back wistfully to a time before the natural world started dying, before our shared cultural forms degraded into mass marketing, and before our cities and towns became anonymous employment hubs. I know that you personally feel the world ceased to be beautiful after the fall of the Soviet Union. As an aside, isn't it curious that this event coincided almost exactly with the date of your birth? It might help explain why you feel so much in common with Jesus, who I think also believed himself to be a harbinger of the apocalypse. But do you ever experience a sort of diluted, personalized version of that feeling, as if your own life, your own world, has slowly but perceptibly become an uglier place? Or even a sense that while you used to be in step with the cultural discourse, you're not anymore, and you feel yourself adrift from the world of ideas, alienated, with no intellectual home? Maybe it is about our specific historical moment, or maybe it's just about getting older and disillusioned, and it happens to everyone. When I look back on what we were like when we first met, I don't think we were really wrong about anything, except about ourselves. The ideas were right, but the mistake was that we thought we mattered. Well, we've both had that particular error ground out of us in different ways, me by achieving precisely nothing in over a decade of adult life, and you, if you'll forgive me, by achieving as much as you possibly could and still not making one grain of difference to the smooth functioning of the capitalist system. When we were young, we thought our responsibilities stretched out to encompass the earth and everything that lived on it. And now we have to content ourselves with trying not to let down our loved ones, trying not to use too much plastic, and in your case trying to write an interesting book once every few years. So far so good on that front. Are you working on a new one yet, by the way? I still think of myself as someone who is interested in the experience of beauty, but I would never describe myself, except to you, in this email, as interested in beauty, because people would assume that I meant I was interested in cosmetics. This, I guess, is the dominant meaning of the word beauty in our culture now. And it seems telling that this meaning of the word beauty signifies something so profoundly ugly: plastic counters in expensive department stores, discount pharmacies, artificial perfumes, eyelash extensions, jars of product. Having thought about it just now, I think the beauty industry is responsible for some of the worst ugliness we see around us in our visual environment, and the worst, most false aesthetic ideal, which is the ideal of consumerism. All its various trends and looks ultimately signify the same principle, the principle of spending. To be open to aesthetic experience in a serious way probably requires, as a first step, the complete rejection of this ideal, and even a wholesale reaction against it, which, if it seems to require at first a kind of superficial ugliness, is still better by far and more substantively beautiful than purchasing increased personal attractiveness at a price. Of course I wish that I personally were better looking, and of course I enjoy the validation of feeling that I do look good, but to confuse these basically autoerotic or status-driven impulses with real aesthetic experience seems to me an extremely serious mistake for anyone who cares about culture. Have the two things ever been more widely or deeply confused at any period in history before? Do you remember when I had that essay about Natalia Ginsburg published a couple of years ago? I never told you at the time, but I actually heard from an agent in London about it, asking if I was working on a book. I didn't tell you because you were busy and because, I suppose, it seemed like something small compared with everything that was going on in your life. I'm embarrassed now to admit that I would even make that comparison. But anyway, I was happy about this email at first, and I showed it to Aidan, although he didn't really know anything about publishing or care very much, and I even told my mother. Then after a day or two I started to feel kind of anxious and stressed about it, because I actually wasn't working on a book, and I didn't have any idea what I could possibly write a book about, and I didn't think I had the stamina to finish a big project like that anyway. If I tried, I'm sure I would fail, and that's why I've never tried. If I tried, I'm sure I would fail, and that's why I've never tried. In one of your emails a couple of months ago you wrote that Aidan and I had never been very happy together. That's not exactly true, we were in the beginning, for a while, but I know what you meant. And I do wonder why I've spent all this time feeling depressed about the end of something that wasn't working anyway. I suppose on one level it's just worse to get to the age of 30 without even one really happy relationship behind me. I think I would feel superficially sadder, but less fundamentally broken as a person, if I could just be sad about one breakup, rather than sad about my lifelong inability to sustain a meaningful relationship. But on the other hand, maybe it's something else. All those times I thought about breaking up with Aidan, and even talked about doing it, why didn't I? I don't think it was just because I loved him, although I did, and I don't think it was the idea that I would miss him, because it never really occurred to me that I would, and to be honest with myself I haven't. Sometimes I think I was afraid that without him my life would be just the same, or even worse, and I would have to accept that it was my fault. And it was easier and safer to stay in a bad situation than to take responsibility for getting out. Maybe. I don't know. I tell myself that I want to live a happy life, and that the circumstances for happiness just haven't arisen. But what if that's not true? What if I'm the one who can't let myself be happy? Because I'm scared, or I prefer to wallow in self-pity, or I don't believe I deserve good things, or some other reason. Whenever something good happens to me I always find myself thinking, I wonder how long it will be until this turns out badly. And I almost want the worst to happen sooner rather than later, and if possible straight away, so at least I don't have to feel anxious about it anymore. If, as I think is quite possible now, I never have any children and never write any books, I suppose I will leave nothing on this earth to be remembered by. And maybe that's better. It makes me feel that rather than worrying and theorizing about the state of the world, which helps no one, I should put my energy into living and being happy. When I try to picture for myself what a happy life might look like, the picture hasn't changed very much since I was a child: a house with flowers and trees around it, and a river nearby, and a room full of books, and someone there to love me, that's all. Just to make a home there, and to care for my parents when they grow older. Never to move, never to board a plane again, just to live quietly and then be buried in the earth. What else is life for? But even that seems so beyond me that it's like a dream, completely unrelated to anything in reality. And yes, when it comes to myself and Simon, 2 bedrooms please. All my love always. E. Chapter 21. The following night, a Wednesday, Alice went out to meet Felix and some of his friends at a bar called the Sailor's Friend, on a street corner near the pier. She arrived at the bar around 9 o'clock, flushed from the walk, wearing a grey turtleneck and tapered trousers. Inside, it was warm and noisy. A long dark counter ran the length of the left wall, and behind it, above the spirit bottles, was a collection of colourful postcards. In front of an open hearth, a lurcher lay sleeping, its long delicate face resting on its paws. Felix and his friends were seated near a window at the back, in the midst of a good-natured argument about the marketing of online gambling. When Felix saw Alice approaching, he stood up, greeted her, touched her waist, and asked what she would like to drink. Gesturing back at his friends, he added, "You know them crowd, you've met them before. Sit down, I'll go and get you something." She sat with his friends while he went to the bar. A woman named Siobhan was telling a story about a man she knew who had taken out a €60,000 loan to cover his gambling debts. Alice appeared to find the story very interesting, and asked several specific questions. When Felix came back with the vodka tonic, he sat down beside her and put his hand on her lower back, smoothing the wool of her sweater under his fingers. At midnight they walked back together from the bar to his house. Upstairs in bed Alice lay flat on her back, and Felix was on top of her. Her eyelids were fluttering and she was breathing rapidly, noisily. He rested his weight on one elbow, pressing her right leg back against her chest. "Did you think about me while you were away?" he asked. In a tight voice she replied, "I think about you every night." He shut his eyes then. Her breath seemed to come over her in waves, forcing itself into her lungs and out again through her open mouth. Still his eyes were closed. "Alice," he said, "can I come? Is it okay?" She put her arms around him. In the morning, he dropped her home on his way to work. Before she got out of the car, she asked him if she would see him for dinner that night and he said yes. "Do your friends think I'm your girlfriend?" she asked. He smiled at that. "Well, we have been going around together a fair bit," he replied. "I doubt they're kept awake at night thinking about it, but yeah, they might assume." He paused and added, "And people in town are saying it." "I don't care, I'm just telling you so you know." Alice asked what, exactly, people in town were saying, and Felix frowned. You know," he said. "Nothing really." "That author lady who lives above in the parochial house is hanging around with the Brady lad. That kind of thing." Alice said that they were, after all, hanging around, and Felix agreed that they were. "There might be a few eyebrows raised," he added, "but I wouldn't mind that." She asked why anyone should raise an eyebrow at the idea of two young single people hanging around together, and he handled the gear stick thoughtfully under his hand. "I wouldn't be known as a great catch," he said, "I'll put it that way. Not the most reliable character going. And speaking honestly, I owe a bit of money around town as well." He cleared his throat. "But sure, look, if you like me, that's your own business," he said. "And I won't go borrowing money from you, don't worry. Hop out now or I'll be late, good woman." She unbuckled her seatbelt. "I do like you," she said. "I know," he answered. "Go on, get out." That morning, while Felix was at work, Alice had a phone call with her agent, discussing invitations she had received to literary festivals and universities. While this phone call took place, Felix was using a handheld scanner to identify and sort various packages into labeled stillage carts, which were then collected and wheeled away by other workers. Some of these workers greeted Felix when they came to collect the boxes, and others didn't. He was wearing a black zip-up, with the zip pulled right up, and occasionally he tucked his chin under the raised collar, evidently cold. While speaking to her agent, Alice made notes on her laptop in a draft email with the subject heading Summer Book Dates. After the phone call, she closed the email and opened a text file containing notes for a book review she was writing for a literary magazine in London. In the warehouse, Felix was pushing one of the tall steel stillage carts along an aisle of shelves illuminated by white fluorescent bulbs. Occasionally he stopped, squinted at a label, checked his scanner, and then scanned the item and placed it into the cart. Alice ate 2 pieces of buttered bread from a small plate, cut up an apple, made herself a cup of coffee and opened a draft email to Eileen. Felix finished his shift at 7 in the evening, while Alice was cooking. On his way out of the warehouse, he texted her. "Felix, hey sorry but I'm actually not gonna be there for dinner Felix, heading out people from work." "Felix, I wouldn't be any fun anyways BC I'm in foul humor Felix, might see you tomorrow depending on how wrecked I get Alice, oh. Alice, I'll be sorry to miss you." "Felix, not in the form I'm in right now believe me Alice, I like you no matter what form you're in." "Felix, well you can send me a love letter on here while I'm out getting locked Felix, and I'll read it when I get home." Alice put her phone away and for a few seconds stared blankly down into the empty kitchen sink. Felix told his friend Brian he could give him a lift as far as Mulroy's and then he was going to drop the car home and walk in. Alice passed the following few hours preparing a pasta sauce, boiling water, laying the table, and eating. Felix drove home, fed his dog, showered quickly, changed his clothes, looked at Tinder, and then walked into the village to meet his work friends. Between the hours of 8 p.m. and midnight he drank 6 pints of Danish lager. Alice washed up after dinner and read an article on the internet about Annie Ernaux. Around 12, Felix and his friends got in a minivan taxi to a nightclub outside town and sang several verses of Come Out Ye Black and Tans on the way there. Alice sat on the living room couch writing an email to a female friend of hers who now lived in Stockholm, asking about her job and her new relationship. At the club, Felix took 2 pills, drank a shot of vodka, and then went to the bathroom. He opened Tinder again, swiped left on several profiles, checked his messages, looked at the BBC Sports homepage, and then went back out to the club. By 1 in the morning Alice was drinking peppermint tea and working on her book review, while Felix was on the dance floor with 2 of his friends and 2 people he had never met before. He had an easy and natural way of dancing, as if it cost him no effort, moving his body lightly into and against the beat of the music. After another drink he went outside and threw up behind a wheelie bin. Alice was lying in bed by then, reading over the messages Felix had sent earlier, the screen of her phone casting a greyish-blue light over her face. Felix took out his phone at the same moment and opened the Messages app. Felix, hey. Felix, you up? Alice, in bed but awake. Alice, having fun? Felix, I'll be honest Alice. Felix, I'm yipped out of my tree. Felix, and I did have Vato throw up. Felix, but yeah, good night so far. Alice, well, I'm glad. Felix, what are you doing in bed? Felix, wearing anything or? Felix, describe. Alice, I'm wearing a white nightdress. Alice, I hope we can see each other tomorrow. Felix, yeah or? Felix, I codgeled get a taxi back to yours. Felix, now I'm near. Felix, mean. Alice, if you want, of course. Felix, yeah, are you sure? Alice, I'm awake anyway, I don't mind. Felix, cool. Felix, see you soon. She got out of bed and put on her dressing gown, turned on a bedside lamp and looked at herself in the mirror. Felix called the taxi company, went back inside, got his jacket, ordered another shot of vodka, swirled it around in his mouth, swallowed, found Brian and told him to tell the others he was heading off, and then went to get in the taxi. Alice opened his profile on the dating app where they'd first met, and read his bio note again. On the way out to her house, Felix was having an involved conversation with the taxi driver about the relative strengths and weaknesses of the current Mayo GA side. When Felix pointed out the house, the driver asked if his parents lived there. Nah, it's my bird's place, said Felix. In an amused tone of voice, the driver replied, must be a rich lady. Yeah, and she's famous. You can Google her. She writes books. Oh yeah? You'd better keep a hold of her. Don't worry, she's fairly keen on me, Felix said. They pulled into the driveway then. Turning around, the driver said, she'd want to be, letting you knock on her door at 2 in the morning. State you're in. I wouldn't be surprised if you're calling me again in a few minutes when she's had a look at you. €10.80, please. Felix handed over the money. Do you want me to wait? Asked the driver. Don't be jealous now, good lad. You go away and enjoy your Lyric FM. He got out of the car and knocked on the door. Alice came downstairs to answer it as the taxi was pulling out of the gate. Felix came inside, kicked the door shut, and put his arms around Alice, lifting her up a little and pressing her back against the wall. They kissed for a while and then he untied the sash of her dressing gown. She held it shut with one hand. "Oh, you are drunk," she said. "I know, yeah. I said that in the messages." He tried to open her dressing gown again and she folded her arms tightly to prevent him. "Here, what's the problem?" he said. "Are you on your period or something?" "I don't care if you are, I'm a grown-up." Alice retied her dressing gown grimly and said, "You're trying to embarrass me." No. I'm just wondering what's the matter." "I'm not trying anything, I'm happy to be here." The taxi driver was very impressed I had a girlfriend who lived in such a big house. Alice looked up at him and finally said, "Are you on drugs?" "God yeah," he said. "Wouldn't be much of a night out if I wasn't." She stood there with her arms folded. "I don't know," she said. "Would other people let you behave like this? Other girlfriends or boyfriends you've had? Is this normal? You go out with your friends and get hammered and then show up in the middle of the night looking for sex." He seemed to consider this, leaning his arm against the wall beside her head. "I would often give it a go, yeah," he said. "Not everyone would be up for it, obviously." "Right. You must think I'm a complete fucking idiot." "No, I think you're highly intelligent. It's not lucky for you, in a lot of ways. If you were a little bit stupider you might have an easier life." He stood up straight and put his hands on her hips, in a way that seemed to convey fondness and even contrition. "The taxi driver told me you were going to fuck me out of it," Felix said. "He told me, no way is she going to let you call around at this hour of the night looking like that. What I look like, I don't actually know, I haven't seen myself. But I can imagine not good. You just look drunk." Do I? I don't know, I suppose I shouldn't have texted you. The stupid thing is, I was actually having a good night. I mean, okay, I went a bit overboard getting sick, but I was having a good time other than that. And you were probably having a fine time as well, lying in bed or whatever. So I shouldn't have texted you really." "Right, but you felt like having sex," she said. "Well, I'm only human." "Nah, but if that's all I was after I could have gone elsewhere, couldn't I? No need to bother you just for that." She shut her eyes and said in a quiet, inexpressive voice, "I'm sure that's true." "Alice, don't be looking so serious," he said. "I haven't been off with anyone else. Obviously I could if I wanted to, but so could you. Look, I'm sorry if I've annoyed you, all right?" For a moment she said nothing. "And you probably don't like being around drunk people anyway," he said. "No, I don't." "No, why would you? I'd say you had enough of that growing up." She stared up at him and he kept his hands on her hips, holding her against the wall. "Yes, I did," she said. "If you want me to go home, just say." She shook her head. He kissed her again. They went upstairs together, Alice holding Felix's hand and following behind him. In her room he took off her dressing gown and lifted her nightdress off over her head. She lay back on the bed and he went down on her. Her body looked compact, androgynous. She pressed her hand flat over her mouth. He broke off then to undress himself and take his watch off. Looking down at her where she lay stretched out naked on the mattress, he said with a smile, "Do you know what you look like? One of those girl statues we saw in Rome." She laughed and covered her face. "Is that not nice?" he said. "It was meant nicely." She said it was. He lay down beside her, his head propped up on the pillows, his hand toying idly with her small soft breast. "I was thinking about you at work today," he said. "I find it makes me feel a bit better for a while but then I actually feel worse, because you're lying around here all day and I'm stuck in a warehouse packing boxes. Not that I'm put out with you about it. I'm not going to be able to explain this the right way, but the difference between what we're doing right now and what I do all day, I actually can't describe. It's hard to believe I have to use the same body for both things, I'll say it like that. And it doesn't feel like the same. These hands touching you now, I use them to pack boxes. I don't know. At work my hands are fucking freezing all the time. And basically numb. Even if you wear gloves they go numb eventually, everyone says that. Sometimes I'll get a little cut or a scrape or something and I won't even notice until I see it's bleeding. And these are the same hands touching you? I don't know, you probably think I'm off my head talking like that. But you're very, very soft and nice to touch, that's all. And warm. When you let me come inside you, I feel so good, I can't even describe. I was thinking about that at work today and I wanted it so much I started getting annoyed. Annoyed, yeah, pissed off. That's the other thing I will say about work, your feelings get really messed up in there. You start feeling things that make no sense. I should have been looking forward to seeing you, but I actually felt pissed off. And then I didn't even want to see you anymore. There's no point trying to explain it because it doesn't make any sense, I'm just saying what I felt. I'm sorry. She told him it was okay. For a little while he kissed her and said nothing. Then he asked if she would go on top because he was tired, and she said yes. Once he was inside her she was still for a few seconds, breathing hard. Okay. He said. She nodded. He looked content to wait. You have such a perfect cunt, he said. A shudder dropped over her, from her head down to her pelvic bone. She put a hand on his shoulder. They fucked slowly for a couple of minutes while he touched her. In a high uneven voice she said, "Oh God, I'm in love with you, I really am." He looked up at her then. "Are you, yeah?" he said. "That's good. Say it again." Trembling, out of breath, she bent her head low, and said, "I love you, I love you." He put his hands around her waist, his fingers pressing into the flesh of her back, and pulled her down hard onto him, again and again quickly, and she was wincing almost as if in pain. Afterwards they were still for a while, resting against one another. Then she climbed off him, sat on the side of the mattress and took a drink from the water bottle on her bedside table. He lay down with his head nestled among the pillows, watching her. "Pass me that when you're finished," he said. She gave him the bottle and he drank without lifting his head. Handing the bottle back, he said, "Here, I want to know something. You know you're always saying that you're rich. What do you mean? Are you a millionaire or what?" She screwed the cap back onto the bottle. "About that," she said. He watched her in silence. "1 million, really?" he said. "That's a lot of money." "Yes it is." "All that just from books?" She nodded. "And just sitting in your bank account, or it's all tied into things?" he said. Rubbing her eyes, she said it was mostly just sitting in her bank account. He was still watching her, his eyes moving quickly and discreetly over her face, her arms, her shoulders. After a time, he said, "Come here and tell me you love me again." I could get to like it. With heavy, tired movements she lay back down beside him. "I love you," she said. "And when did you realize this? Love at first sight kind of thing, was it?" "No, I don't think so." "A bit later on, then," he said. "In Rome?" She turned to him and he draped his arm over her body. Her eyes were half closed. His face was thoughtful, alert. "I suppose so," she said. "That's pretty quick to be falling in love with someone. What was it, maybe 3 weeks?" Letting her eyes close, she said, "About that." "Would that be usual for you?" "I don't know. I don't fall in love very often." He lay watching her for a second or two. "And vice versa, I assume, he said. She smiled faintly and said, "People don't fall in love with me very often, you mean?" "No, indeed they don't." "And you don't seem to have many friends either," he said. She stopped smiling then. She turned to look at Felix in silence for several seconds while all expression emptied from her features. Then she said simply, "No, I suppose not." "No, yeah. Because since you moved in here, I don't think anyone's been to see you, have they? Your family haven't. And your friend Eileen, you talk about her a lot, but she hasn't bothered. I think I'm the only person who's been in the house since you arrived, would that be right? And you're here at least a few months." Alice stared at him and said nothing. He seemed to take this as permission to continue, and tucked his arm up under his pillow thoughtfully. "I was thinking about it over in Italy," he said. "Watching you do your reading and your autographs and all that. I wouldn't go so far as to say you work hard, because your job's a laugh compared to mine. But you have a lot of people wanting things off you. And I just think, for all the fuss they make over you, none of them actually care about you one bit. I don't know if anyone does." They looked at one another for several long seconds. As Felix watched her, his initial self-assurance, even sadistic triumph, changed gradually into something else, as if recognizing too late his own misapprehension. "You must really hate me," she said coolly. "No, I don't," he replied. "But I don't love you either." "Of course not. Why should you? I wasn't deluded about that." She turned over then, quite calmly, and switched off the lamp on the bedside locker. The darkness dissolved their faces and only the outlines of their bodies were visible under the sheets. Neither of them moved at all, and every line, every shadow in the room was still. "You can leave if you'd like," she said. "But you're welcome to stay. You might flatter yourself you've hurt me very badly, but I can promise you I've been through worse." He lay there in silence, not responding. "And when I said I loved you I was telling the truth," she added. He made a noise that sounded like a strangled laugh, and then said, "Ah, I like your style. I'll give you that. You're not easy to get the upper hand on, are you? Obviously I'm not going to manage it. It's funny, because you carry on like you'd let me walk all over you, answering my texts at 2 in the morning, and then telling me you're in love with me, blah blah blah. But that's all your way of saying, just try and catch me, because you won't. And I can see I won't. You're not going to let me have it for a minute. 9 times out of 10 you'd have someone fooled with the way you go on. They'd be delighted with themselves, thinking they were really the boss of you. Yeah, but I'm not an idiot. You're only letting me act badly because it puts you above me, and that's where you like to be. Above. And I don't take it personally, by the way, I don't think you'd let anyone near you. Actually, I respect it. You're looking out for yourself, and I'm sure you have your reasons. I'm sorry I was so harsh on you with what I said, because you were right, I was just trying to hurt you. And I probably did hurt you, big deal. Anyone can hurt anyone if they go out of their way. But then instead of getting mad with me, you go saying I'm welcome to stay over and you still love me and all this. Because you have to be perfect, don't you? No, you really have a way about you, I must say. And I'm sorry, all right? I won't be trying to take a jab at you again. Lesson learned. But from now on you don't need to act like you're under my thumb, when we both know I'm nowhere near you. All right. Another long silence fell. Their faces were invisible in darkness. Eventually, in a high and strained voice, straining perhaps for an evenness or lightness it did not attain, she replied, "All right. If I ever do get a hold of you, you won't need to tell me," he said. "I'll know. But I'm not going to chase too much. I'll just stay where I am and see if you come to me." "Yes, that's what hunters do with deer," she said. "Before they kill them." Chapter 22. Eileen, I'm sorry if my last email alarmed you. I did cancel all my public engagements for several months, as you know, but I was always planning to go back to work eventually. Surely you understand that this is my job. No one finds that fact more tiresome and degrading than I do, but I never meant you to think that I had actually retired from public life altogether. You have never been off work sick for more than 4 days at a time, so I should think my taking for months off would strike you as a pretty protracted break. And yes, I did fly out of Dublin, and back into Dublin again, at 7 in the morning and 1 in the morning respectively. Since you also have a job, at which I understand you keep regular hours, I didn't think waking you up in the middle of the night for a quick cup of tea and a chat would have been particularly polite. You can't possibly think I don't want to see you, since I have been asking you repeatedly for months on end to come and visit me, and I only live 3 hours away. As for the unanswered text message from Royce, I'm confused. Are you writing to me personally, or in your capacity as friendship ambassador for the Greater Dublin region? You're right, I didn't reply to her text, because I've been busy. With all due love and affection, I don't intend to file a report with you every time I fall behind on my correspondence. As for the rest of your message, what exactly do you mean when you say beauty? You wrote that to confuse personal vanity with aesthetic experience is a grave mistake. But is it another mistake, and maybe a related one, to take aesthetic experience seriously in the first place? No doubt it is possible to be moved in a personally disinterested way by artistic beauty or by the beauty of the natural world. I even think it's possible to enjoy the good looks of other people, their faces and bodies, in a way that's purely aesthetic, i.e. without the element of desire. Personally, I often find people beautiful to look at, without feeling any inclination to draw them into a particular relationship with myself. In fact, I don't find beauty much of an inducement to desire anyway. In other words, I exercise no volition in perceiving beauty and I experience no conscious will as a result. This, I suppose, is what the Enlightenment philosophers meant by aesthetic judgment, and it corresponds rightly enough to the kind of experience I've had with certain works of visual art, passages of music, scenic vistas, and so on. I find them beautiful, and their beauty moves me and gives me a pleasurable feeling. I agree that the spectacle of mass consumerism marketed to us as beauty is in reality hideous and gives me none of the aesthetic pleasure I get from, example, sunlight falling through leaves, or the demoiselles d'Avignon, or kind of blue. But I'm inclined to ask, so what? Even if we suppose that the beauty of kind of blue is in some sense objectively superior to the beauty of a Chanel handbag, which philosophically speaking is a lot of ground to give, why does it matter? You seem to think that aesthetic experience is, rather than merely pleasurable, somehow important. And what I want to know is, important in what way? I'm not a painter or a musician, for good reason, but I am a novelist, and I do try to take the novel seriously, partly because I'm conscious of the extraordinary privilege of being allowed to make a living from something as definitionally useless as art. But if I tried to describe my experience of reading the great novels, it would not be remotely like the aesthetic experience I've described above, in which no volition is involved and no personal desires are stirred. Personally, I have to exercise a lot of agency in reading, and understanding what I read, and bearing it all in mind for long enough to make sense of the book as I go along. In no sense does it feel like a passive process by which beauty is transmitted to me without my involvement. It feels like an active effort, of which an experience of beauty is the constructed result. But, I think more importantly, great novels engage my sympathies and make me desire things. When I look at the Demoiselles d'Avignon, I don't want anything from it. The pleasure is in seeing it as it is. But when I read books, I do experience desire. I want Isabel Archer to be happy. I want things to work out for Anna and Vronsky. I even want Jesus to be pardoned instead of Barabbas. Again, it might be that I am a narrow-minded and rather vapid reader, sentimentally wishing the best for everyone, except Barabbas, but if I wished the opposite, that Isabel should make a bad marriage, that Anna should throw herself under the train, it would just be a variation on the same experience. The point is that my sympathies are engaged, I'm no longer disinterested. Have you talked to Simon about any of this? I think you could rely on him to present a more coherent view of the thing than I can, because his worldview has a consistency mine lacks. In Catholic doctrine, as far as my understanding goes, beauty, truth and goodness are properties of being which are one with God. God kind of literally is beauty, and also truth, which maybe is what Keats meant, I'm not sure. Humankind strives to possess and understand these properties as a way of turning toward God and understanding His nature. Therefore whatever is beautiful leads us toward contemplation of the divine. As critics we may quibble about what is and isn't beautiful, because we are only human and God's will isn't perfectly accessible to us, but we can all agree on the surpassing importance of beauty itself. It's all very nice and self-contained, isn't it? I could riff on it a little to explain my sympathetic engagement with the great novels. For example, God made us the way we are, as complex human beings with desires and impulses, and compassionate attachment to purely fictional people, from whom we obviously can't expect to derive any material satisfaction or advantage, is a way of understanding the deep complexities of the human condition, and thus the complexities of God's love for us. I can even go further. In His life and death, Jesus emphasized the necessity of loving others without regard to our own self-interest. In a way, when we love fictional characters, knowing that they can never love us in return, is that not a method of practicing in miniature the kind of personally disinterested love to which Jesus calls us? I mean that sympathetic engagement is a form of desire with an object but without a subject, a way of wanting without wanting, desiring for others not what I want for myself but the way I want for myself. I suppose the point I'm making is that there's no end of fun to be had once you get into the Christian mindset. For you and me it's harder, because we can't seem to shake the conviction that nothing matters, life is random, our sincerest feelings are reducible to chemical reactions, and no objective moral law structures the universe. It's possible to live with those convictions, of course, but not really possible, I don't think, to believe the things that you and I say we believe. That some experiences of beauty are serious and others trivial. Or that some things are right and others wrong. To what standard are we appealing? Before what judge do we argue our case? I'm not trying to tear you down, by the way, I occupy what I suspect is exactly your position. I can't believe that the difference between right and wrong is simply a matter of taste or preference, but I also can't bring myself to believe in absolute morality, which is to say, in God. This leaves me in a philosophical nowhere place, lacking the courage of my convictions on both sides. I can't have the satisfaction of feeling that I serve God by doing right, and yet the idea of doing wrong disgusts me. Even more to the point, I find my own work morally and politically worthless, and yet it's what I do with my life, the only thing I want to do. When I was younger, I think what I wanted was to travel the world, to lead a glamorous life, to be celebrated for my work, to marry a great intellectual, to reject everything I had been raised with, to cut myself off from the narrow world. I feel very embarrassed by all that now, but I was lonely and unhappy, and I didn't understand that these feelings were ordinary, that there was nothing singular about my loneliness, my unhappiness. Maybe if I had understood that, as I think I do now, at least a little bit, I would never have written those books, I would never have become this person. I don't know. I know that I couldn't write them again, or feel the way I felt about myself at that time. It was important to me then to prove that I was a special person. And in my attempt to prove it, I made it true. Only afterwards, when I had received the money and acclaim which I believed I deserved, did I understand that it was not possible for anyone to deserve these things, and by then it was too late. I had already become the person I had once longed to be, and now energetically despised. I don't say this to slight my work. But why should anyone be rich and famous while other people live in desperate poverty? The last time I fell in love, it ended badly, as you know, and then in the aftermath I wrote 2 novels. While I was in love, I tried to write a little here and there, but my thoughts always returned to the object of my affection, and my feelings ran back inexorably toward her, so my work could never develop any substance of its own, and I had no meaningful place for it in my life. We were happy, and then we were unhappy, and after some misery and recrimination, we broke up, and only then could I start giving myself to my work in a serious way. It was like I had cleared a space inside myself, and I had to fill it up somehow, and that's how I came to sit down and write. I had to empty my life out first and begin from there. Looking back now on the period when I wrote the books, I feel like it was a good time in my life, because I had work I needed to do, and I did it. I was perennially broke, and lonely, and anxious about money, but I also had this other thing, this part of my life which was secret and protected, and my thoughts returned to it all the time, and my feelings orbited around it, and it belonged to me completely. In a way it was like a love affair, or an infatuation, except that it only involved myself and it was all within my own control. The opposite of a love affair, then. For all the frustration and difficulty of writing a novel, I knew from the beginning of the process that I had been given something very important, a special gift, a blessing. It was like God had put his hand on my head and filled me with the most intense desire I had ever felt, not desire for another person, but desire to bring something into being that had never existed before. When I look back at those years, I feel touched and almost pained by the simplicity of the life I was living, because I knew what I had to do, and I did it, that was all. Other than a little criticism and some very long emails, I haven't written anything now for almost 2 years. And I think the space in my life has been cleared out at this stage, and it's empty, and maybe for that reason it's time for me to fall in love again. I need to feel that my life has some kind of center, somewhere for my thoughts to return and rest. I know, by the way, that most people don't need any such thing, and I would be much healthier if I didn't. Felix doesn't feel the need to arrange his life around a central principle, and I don't think you do either. Simon does, but he is God. When it comes to putting something at the center of life, God strikes me as a good option, better at least than making up stories about people who don't exist, or falling in love with people who hate me. But here we are. It's still better to love something than nothing, better to love someone than no one, and I'm here, living in the world, not wishing for a moment that I wasn't. Isn't that in its own way a special gift, a blessing, something very important? Eileen, I am sorry, and I do miss you. When we see each other after all these emails, I'm going to get very shy and hide my head under my wing like a little bird. Give your sister and her groom my best wishes this weekend, and then, if it's not too much trouble, come and see me, please. Chapter 23. On the morning of the wedding, Eileen sat on the bed in the bridal suite while Lola was at the dressing table. Touching a finger to her face, Lola said, "I think she did the eyes too heavy." She was wearing a white wedding gown, strapless, simple in its shape. "You look beautiful," said Eileen. Their eyes met in the mirror and Lola grimaced, rose, went to the window. Outside, the early afternoon was white, casting a thin watery light, but Lola stood with her back to the glass, facing Eileen, studying her where she sat on the ample mattress. For a time they looked at one another, aggrieved, guilty, mistrustful, contrite. Finally Lola said, "Well." Eileen glanced down at a thin gold watch she wore on her left wrist. "It's only 10 to," she said. She was wearing a pale green dress, celadon, her hair pinned back. She was thinking of something else then, they both were. Lola remembered paddling in the sea at Strandhill, or was it Ross's Point that day, or Enniscrone? The gritty texture of sand under her fingernails and in her scalp, also the taste of salt. Then she had fallen and found herself swallowing seawater, painful in her nose and throat, a confusion of light and sensation. She remembered crying, and being carried up the beach in her father's arms. A red and orange towel. Later, driving back to Sligo town, strapped into the back seat, with the radio crackling, pinpoints of light visible in the distance. In the darkness by the side of the road, a van that sold sausages and chips, the hatch open, the sting of vinegar. Sleeping in a cousin's bedroom that night, with different books on the shelf, the furniture casting different shadows in the light from an unfamiliar window. At midnight the cathedral bells. Downstairs the adults were talking, downstairs the lights were on and there were glasses of beer. Eileen was thinking also of childhood, one of Lola's make-believe games, a hidden kingdom, palaces, dukes and peasants, enchanted rivers, forests, lights in the sky. All the twists and turns were lost now, the invented names in magic languages, the loyalties and betrayals. What remained were the real-life places over which the fictive world had been imposed, the cowshed behind their house, the overgrown reaches of the garden, gaps behind hedges, the damp shale running down to the river. And in the house, the attic, the staircase, the coat closet. Still these places gave Eileen a special feeling, or at least she could, if she willed, tune into a special feeling that was in them, an aesthetic frequency. They filled her with pleasure, with a thrill of something like excitement. Like good stationery, heavy pens, unlined paper, they represented to her the possibility of imagination, a possibility so much finer in itself and more delicate than anything she had ever managed to imagine. No, her imagination let her down. It was something other people either had or didn't want anyway. Eileen wanted and didn't have it. Like Alice in her moral philosophy, she was caught between two positions. Maybe everyone was, in everything that mattered. At a knock on the door they looked up and their mother Mary entered, wearing her blue dress, her patent shoes, a feather dangling upright in her hair. Then they all began talking, quickly, remonstrating, laughing, complaining, adjusting each other's clothing, and the activity in the room was rapid and noisy, like the activity of birds. Lola wanted to wrap in Eileen's hair, to make it looser at the back, and Mary wanted to try on at the last minute an alternative pair of shoes, and Eileen, with her slim white arms like reeds, like branches, began to unpin her hair, held a shawl up to Mary's shoulders, removed a stray eyelash from Lola's powdered cheekbone, laughing, speaking in a quick light voice and breaking into laughter once again. Mary too was thinking of her childhood, their little terraced house with the shop next door, slivers of ice cream between wafers, checkered oilcloth on the kitchen table, patterned crockery behind glass. Cold bright summer days, air clear as cold water, and the gorse ablaze of yellow. To think of childhood gave her a funny queasy feeling, because it had been real life once and now it was something else. The old people had died, the babies had grown old. It would happen also to Eileen, also to Lola, who were young and beautiful now, loving and hating one another, laughing with white teeth, smelling of perfume. Another knock sounded on the door, and they fell silent and looked around. Their father Pat entered. "How are the women?" he said. It was time to go to the church then, the car was waiting, Pat was wearing his suit. He was thinking about his wife, about Mary, how like a stranger she had seemed to him the first time she was pregnant, how something had come over her, some seriousness, some strange purpose in her words, in her movements, and he found it uncomfortable, it made him want to laugh, he didn't know why. She was changing, turning her face away from him, toward some other experience. In time it passed, Lola was born, healthy thank God, and he told himself they'd never do it again. Too much strangeness for one life. As usual, he had been wrong. Outside, the air stirred the trees, sifted its cool breath over their faces. They climbed into the car together. Lola pressed her nose to the window and left a tiny circle of powder on the glass. The church was squat and grey with long thin stained glass windows, rose-coloured and blue and amber. As they entered, the electric organ played, the scent of incense touched them, damp and fragrant, and the rustle of cloth, the creaking of pews, as everyone stood and watched them processing together up the polished floor of the aisle, Lola stately and magnificent in white, radiant with the realization of cherished plans, accepting with composure the gazes offered to her, not bowed but upright, Pat in his suit, dignified, tender in his awkwardness, Mary smiling nervously, clutching Eileen's hand with a damp grip, and Eileen herself slim and pale and green, dark hair pinned loosely behind her, arms bare, head held aloft on her long neck like a flower, and turning her eyes quietly she looked for him but did not see him. Matthew was waiting at the altar, frightened, joyful, and the priest spoke, the vows were exchanged. "O my dove, in the clefts of the rock, in the covert of the cliff, let me see your face, let me hear your voice, for your voice is sweet, and your face is lovely." Afterwards on the gravel outside the church, the white daylight, the chill of wind, spindly fingers of foliage, everyone laughing, shaking hands, embracing. The bridal party stood together under a tree to have their photograph taken, inching closer and further apart, murmuring to one another with fixed smiles. Only then Eileen saw him, Simon, standing at the church door watching her. They looked at one another for a long moment without moving, without speaking, and in the soil of that look many years were buried. He remembered when she was born, the Lydon's new baby, and the first time he was allowed to see her, the red wrinkled face more like an old creature than something new, baby Eileen, and his parents said he was always asking for a sister after that, not just any sibling, a sister, like what Lola had. She remembered him too, the older boy who went to a different school, lively, intelligent, with those strange seizures he suffered from, an object of sympathy among the adults, which made him, though he was a beautiful child, somehow freakish. Her mother always saying how lovely his manners were, a little gentleman. And she was the adolescent girl he remembered, thin and freckled, standing at the kitchen counter with her legs twisted one around the other, 15, always frowning. Speaking not at all or suddenly and too much, her bad tempers, her friendlessness. And those frank looks she turned on him, pink in the face and almost cross. He was that too, for her, the boy, the young man of 20, who helped out on the farm for the summer. She had seen him, with incomparable tenderness, bottle feeding a baby lamb. She would spend a week in agony over a glance from him, the breath knocked out of her when she entered a room to find him there. The day all three of them cycled to the woods and left their bikes in a clearing together. Dark clouds surreal looking behind bright sunlit treetops. Lola telling a long, embellished story about someone who had been murdered in the forest, Simon murmuring things like, I'm not sure about that, and, oh dear, that's a bit grisly, isn't it? Eileen absorbed in kicking a pebble along the path before her, occasionally glancing up at Simon to observe his face. Stabbed so many times she was almost decapitated, Lola was saying. Gosh, said Simon, I'd rather not think about it. Lola laughed and told him he was a mouse. Well, if it comes to that, I am a bit, he said. It was starting to rain then and Lola untied her jacket from around her waist. You're like Eileen, she said. He looked over at Eileen and said, I'd like to be more like her. Lola said that Eileen was only a baby. In a quick, heated, strangely loud voice, Eileen said, imagine someone saying that to you when you were my age. Lola looked around at her sympathetically. But to be fair, she answered, when I was your age I was a lot more mature. Simon said he thought Eileen was very mature. Lola frowned and said, don't be creepy. Simon's ears were red then and his voice came out sounding different. I meant intellectually, he said. He didn't say anything else and neither did Lola, but neither of them were happy. Lola put her hood up against the rain and walked ahead. With fast long strides she marched on around a bend in the path, out of sight. Eileen looked down at the path, which had been dry dirt and was now turning to mud, little streams running between the stones. The rain was growing harder, making a pattern of dark dots on the front of her jeans, wetting her hair. When they came around the next bend, Lola still wasn't visible. She might have been further ahead, or she might have gone down some other path. Do you know where we are? Eileen asked. Simon smiled and said he thought so. We won't get lost, he said, don't worry. We might get drowned, though. Eileen wiped her forehead with her sleeve. Hopefully no one will come along and stab us 38 times, she remarked. Simon laughed. The victims always seem to be on their own in those stories, he said. So I think we'll be fine. Eileen said that was all very well unless he was the murderer. He laughed again. No, he said. You're safe with me. She glanced up at him again, shyly. I feel that way, she said. He looked around at her and said, "HM." She shook her head, wiped her face with her sleeve again, swallowed. I feel that I'm safe, she said, when I'm with you. For a few seconds Simon was silent. Presently he said, "That's nice. I'm glad to hear it." She watched him. Then with no warning she stopped walking and stood under a tree. Her face and hair were very wet. When Simon noticed she was no longer beside him, he turned around. "Hello," he said. "What are you doing?" She gazed at him with intense concentration in her eyes. "Can you come here for a second?" she said. He walked toward her a few steps. Very quietly but with some agitation she said, "No, I mean here. Where I'm standing." He paused. "Well, why?" he said. Instead of answering she merely went on looking at him with a kind of pleading, distressed expression. He came toward her, and she put her hand on his forearm and held it. The cloth of his shirt was damp. She pulled him a little closer, so their bodies were almost touching, and her lips wet, rain streaming down her cheeks and nose. He didn't pull away from her, in fact he stood very close, and his mouth was almost at her ear. She said nothing and her breath came fast and high. Softly he said, "Eileen, I know. I understand. But it can't be like that, okay?" She was trembling and her lips looked pale. "I'm sorry," she said. He didn't pull away, he stood there letting her hold on to his arm. "There's nothing to be sorry for," he said. "You haven't done anything wrong." "I understand, okay? There's nothing to say sorry for. Can we walk on now, do you think?" They walked on, Eileen staring down at her feet. In the clearing behind the gate Lola was waiting, holding her bicycle upright. At the sight of them, she kicked one pedal impatiently with her foot and sent it spinning. "Where have you been?" she called out as they approached. "You ran ahead," said Eileen. Simon retrieved Eileen's bike from the grass and handed it over to her before lifting out his own. "I hardly ran," said Lola. With a strange look on her face, she reached out and tousled Eileen's wet hair. "You look like a drowned rat," she said. "Let's go." He let them walk on together. Silently with his eyes on the wheel of his bicycle he prayed, "Dear God, let her live a happy life. I'll do anything, anything, please, please." When she was 21, she went to see him in Paris, where he spent the summer living in an old apartment building with a mechanical lift shaft. They were friends then, writing each other amusing postcards with famous nude paintings on the front. When they walked together along the Champs-Élysées, women turned their heads to watch him. He was so tall and beautiful, so austere, and he never looked back at them. The night she arrived in his apartment she told him the story of how she had lost her virginity, only a few weeks before, and while she was talking her face was so hot it felt painful, and the story was so terribly bad and awkward, but somehow perversely she liked telling it to him. She liked the funny unshockable tone he took with her. He even made her laugh. They were lying close together, their shoulders almost touching. That was the first time. To be held in his arms and to feel him move inside her, this man who kept himself apart from everyone, to feel him giving in, taking comfort in her, that was her whole idea of sexuality. It had never surpassed that, still. And for him, to have her in that way, when she was so innocent and nervous, trembling all over, so unconscious it seemed of what she was giving him, he almost felt guilty. But it could never be wrong with her, no matter what they did together, because she had nothing evil in her, and he would give his life away to make her happy. His life, whatever that was. And the years afterwards, with Natalie in Paris, his youth, gone now, never to be had back again. "Living with you is like living with depression," Natalie told him. He tried to make her happy, and he couldn't. Alone afterwards, washing his dishes after dinner, the single plate and fork on the draining board. And not even young anymore, not really. For Eileen, those years had passed also somehow, sitting on floorboards unboxing flat-pack furniture, bickering, drinking warm white wine from plastic cups. Watching all her friends move away, move on, to New York, to Paris, while she stayed behind, working in the same little office, having the same four arguments over and over again with the same man. Unable to remember anymore what she had thought her life would be. Hadn't there been a time when it had meant something to her, to be alive, to be living? But what? One weekend last year, they were both at home, and Simon borrowed his parents' car to drive her into Galway. She wore a red tweed jacket with a brooch on the lapel, her hair loose around her shoulders, dark, soft, her hands lying in her lap, white like doves. They talked about their families, about her mother, his mother. She was still living with her boyfriend then. Driving back that night, the crescent moon lopsided and golden like a lifted saucer of champagne, the top buttons of her blouse were undone, she put her hand inside, touching her breastbone. They were talking about children. She had never wanted any before, but lately she wondered, and it was impossible for him not to think about it. He felt a hard low ache inside himself. Let me do it to you. He wanted to say, I have money, I'll take care of everything. Jesus Christ. What about you? She asked. Do you want kids? Very much, he said. Yeah. That dead noise when she closed the car door behind her. Thinking of it again that night, imagining that she would let him, that she would want him to, and afterwards feeling empty, and ashamed of himself. He saw her on O'Connell Street a few weeks later. It was August, she was walking with a friend he didn't know, all the way across the road, heading toward the river, and she was wearing a white dress. It was a hot day. How graceful she looked in the crowd. His eyes followed her long beautiful neck, her shoulders gleaming in the sunlight. Like watching his life walk away from him. One evening in Dublin around Christmas, she saw him from the window of a bus. He was crossing the street, on his way home from work probably, wearing his long winter overcoat, tall and golden-headed under the streetlights. God, it was an awful time. Alice in hospital, and Aidan saying he needed to think about things, and there, out the window of the bus, there was Simon, crossing the street. It was so peaceful just to watch him, his fine handsome figure, making his way through the deep blue liquid darkness of December, his quiet solitude, his self-containment, and she felt so happy, so grateful that they lived in the same city, where she could see him even without meaning to, where he could appear like this in front of her just when she needed most to see him, someone who had loved her for her entire life. All of that. And their phone calls, the messages they wrote to one another, their jealousies, the years of looks, suppressed smiles, their dictionary of little touches. All the stories they had told about each other, about themselves. This much was in their eyes and passed between them. Facing this way, please, the photographer said. Simon inclined his head and let her turn away. When the photographs were finished, the party dispersed across the gravel, talking, waving, and she went to him where he was standing on the step. You look very beautiful, he said. Her face was flushed, she was holding a bouquet of flowers in her arms. Already someone else was calling her, wanting something. Simon, she said. Tenderly, it seemed almost painfully, they smiled at one another, saying nothing, and their questions were the same. Am I the one you think about? When we made love, were you happy? Have I hurt you? Do you love me? Will you always? From the church gate now, her mother was calling her name. Reaching to touch Simon's hand, Eileen said, I'll be back. He nodded, he was smiling at her. Don't worry, he said. I'll be here. Chapter 24. Dearest Alice, just a quick note to say the wedding was very beautiful, and we're on the train heading for Ballina as we speak. I always forget Simon is in essence, though he denies this, a politician, and therefore knows literally everyone in the country. He is currently in a long conversation with some random man I have never seen in my life while I sit here typing this message. It's making me think about what you wrote in your email about beauty, and how difficult it is to believe that beauty could be important or meaningful when it's just random. But it brings some pleasure into life, doesn't it? You don't need to be religious to appreciate that, I believe. It's funny that I have only two best friends in the world and neither of them remind me of myself at all. In fact, the person who reminds me most of myself is my sister, because she is completely insane, which I also am, and because she makes me so angry, which I also do. She looked very beautiful yesterday, by the way, although her dress was strapless, and I know you disapprove of those. The random man who's talking to Simon is now sitting down at our table and showing him something on his phone. I think it might be a picture of a bird. Maybe the man is some kind of bird enthusiast. I don't know, I haven't been listening. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing you. I think I had an idea in my mind about beauty, or about the wedding, or about you and Simon and how you don't remind me of myself, but I can't remember what the idea was. You know, the first time I went to bed with Simon was almost 10 years ago. I sometimes think it would have been a nice life for me if he had done the Christian thing and asked me to marry him then. We could have had several children by now and they would probably be sitting on the train with us at this very moment, overhearing their father's conversation with a bird enthusiast. I just have this sense that if Simon had taken me under his wing earlier in life, I might have turned out a lot better. And even he might have, if he'd had someone to care for and confide in all that time. But I'm sorry to say that I think it is too late to change the way we have turned out. The turning out process has come to an end, and we are to a very great extent what we are. Our parents are getting older, and Lola is married, and I will probably continue to make poor life decisions and suffer recurrent depressive episodes, and Simon will probably continue to be a highly competent and good-natured but emotionally inaccessible person. But maybe it was always going to be that way, and there was never anything we could have done. It makes me think about the first day I ever saw you, and I remember the knitted green cardigan I was wearing, and the hairband you had in your hair. I mean the life we've had since then, together and not together, whether it was already there with us that day. The truth is that I really love Lola, and my mother, and I think that they love me, although we can't seem to get along with one another, and maybe we never will. In a funny way, maybe it's not important to get along, and more important just to love each other anyway. I know, she goes to mass a couple of times and suddenly she wants to love everyone. Anyway, we're already at Athlone, so I should probably stop writing this email. Just remind me that I have an idea for an essay about the Golden Bowl that I want to run by you. Have you ever read such a juicy novel? I threw it across the room when it was finished. Can't wait to see you. Love, love, love. Eileen. Chapter 25. On the platform of a train station, late morning, early June, two women embracing after a separation of several months. Behind them, a tall fair-haired man alighting from the train carrying two suitcases. The women unspeaking, their eyes closed tight, their arms wrapped around one another, for a second, 2 seconds, 3. Were they aware, in the intensity of their embrace, of something slightly ridiculous about this tableau, something almost comical, as someone nearby sneezed violently into a crumpled tissue, as a dirty discarded plastic bottle scuttled along the platform under a breath of wind, as a mechanized billboard on the station wall rotated from an advertisement for hair products to an advertisement for car insurance, as life in its ordinariness and even ugly vulgarity imposed itself everywhere all around them. Or were they in this moment unaware, or something more than unaware, were they somehow invulnerable to, untouched by, vulgarity and ugliness, glancing for a moment into something deeper, something concealed beneath the surface of life, not unreality but a hidden reality, the presence at all times, in all places, of a beautiful world. When Felix pulled up outside Alice's house after work that night, the lights were on in the windows. It was after 7 o'clock, still bright out, but colder now, and beyond the trees the sea showed green and silver. With a backpack over his shoulder he walked with a jogging step up to the front door, rapping the knocker twice in quick succession against the brass plate. Chill salt air stirred over him, and his hands were cold. When the door came open, it was not Alice standing inside, but another woman, the same age, taller, with darker hair, dark eyes. "Hello," she said. "You must be Felix, I'm Eileen. Come on in." He entered and allowed her to close the door behind him. He was smiling distractedly. "Yeah," he said. "Eileen, I've heard about you." Glancing at him she said, "Good things, I hope." She told him Alice was cooking dinner, and he followed her down the hallway, watching the back of her head and her neat narrow shoulders proceeding ahead of him to the kitchen door. Inside, a man was seated at the table and Alice was at the stove, wearing a dirty white apron tied around her waist. "Hello," she said. "I was just draining the pasta." "You've met Eileen, this is Simon." Felix nodded, fingering the strap of his backpack as Simon greeted him. The kitchen was a little dim, with just the worktop lights switched on, and candles on the table. The back window was fogged with steam, the glass velvety and blue. "Can I give you a hand with anything?" Felix asked. Alice was patting her forehead with the back of her wrist, as if to cool herself. "I think it's all under control," she said. "But thank you. Eileen was just telling us about her sister's wedding." Felix hesitated for a moment, and then sat down at the table. "At the weekend, was it?" he asked. Turning her attention on him with a delighted expression, Eileen began talking again about the wedding. She was funny and moved her hands a lot. Occasionally she invited input from Simon, who spoke in a relaxed voice and seemed to find everything amusing. He too paid a good deal of attention to Felix, catching his eye now and then and smiling in a vague conspiratorial way, as if pleased by the presence of another man, or pleased by the presence of the women but wanting to share or acknowledge this pleasure with Felix. He was handsome, wearing a linen shirt, thanking Alice in a low easy way when she refilled his glass of wine. The table was set with small patterned side plates, silver cutlery, white cloth napkins. A large yellow salad bowl, the leaves inside oiled and glistening. Alice brought a plate of pasta to the table and laid it down in front of Eileen. "Felix, I'm serving you last," she said, "because the other two are my guests of honor." Their eyes met. He smiled at her, a little nervously, and said aloud, "That's all right, I know my place." She made a sarcastic face and went back to the cooker. He watched. When they had finished eating, Alice got up to clear the plates from the table. The rattling and scraping of cutlery, the noise of the tap. Simon was asking Felix about work. Tired now and contented, Eileen sat quietly with her eyes half closed. A fruit crumble warming in the oven. On the table the detritus of the meal, a soiled napkin, sodden leaves in the salad bowl, soft drops of blue-white candle wax on the tablecloth. Alice asked whether anyone wanted coffee. "For me, please," said Simon. A carton of ice cream melting slowly on the countertop, wet rivulets running down the sides. Alice unscrewed the base of a silver coffee pot. "And what do you do for a job?" Felix was saying. "Alice told me you work in politics or something." In the sink a dirty saucepan, a wooden chopping board. Then the hiss and spark of the gas burner, and Alice saying, "Do you still take it black?" Eileen opening her eyes simply to see Simon half turn toward Alice where she stood at the burner and say over his shoulder, "Yes, thank you. No need for sugar, thanks." His attention returning to Felix then, resettling, and Eileen's eyes fluttering almost closed once more. The white of his throat. When he trembled over her, blushing, murmuring, "Is that okay, I'm sorry." The clanking noise of the oven door, the fragrance of butter and apples. Alice's white apron discarded over the back of a chair, strings trailing. "Right, we worked with him on something last year," Simon was saying. "I don't know him well, but his staff speak very highly of him. And the house around them quiet and solid with its nailed-down floorboards, with its bright burnished tiles in the candlelight. And the gardens dim and silent. The sea breathing peacefully outside, breathing its salt air through the windows. To think of Alice living here. Alone, or not alone. She was standing at the countertop then, serving the crumble out into bowls with a spoon. Everything in one place. All of life knotted into this house for the night, like a necklace knotted at the bottom of a drawer. After dinner, Felix went outside to smoke, and Eileen went upstairs to make a phone call. In the kitchen, Simon and Alice washed the dishes together. Through the window over the sink, Felix's slim small figure was now and then visible as he wandered around the darkening garden. The lit tip of his cigarette. Alice watched for the sight of him while she dried the dishes with a checkered tea towel and stacked them away in the cupboards. When Simon asked her how her work was going, she shook her head. "Oh, I can't talk about that," she said. "It's secret." "No, I'm retired. I don't write books anymore." He handed her the damp dripping salad bowl and she patted at it with her tea towel. "I find that hard to believe," he said. Felix was no longer visible out the window then. He had gone around the other side of the house, or further back among the trees. "You'll have to believe it," she said. "I'm burned out. I only had 2 good ideas. No, it was too painful anyway. And I'm rich now, you know. I think I'm richer than you are." Leaving the salad tongs down on the wire rack beside the sink, Simon said, "I'll bet." Alice put the bowl away and closed the cupboard door again. "I paid off my mother's mortgage last year," she said. "Did I tell you that? I have so much money I just do things kind of randomly. I will do other things, I have plans, but I'm very disorganized." Simon looked at her but she looked away, taking the salad tongs off the rack, wrapping them up in the tea towel to dry them. "That was generous of you," he said. She was embarrassed. "I'm sorry," he said. "That sounds miserable." "I'm sorry," he said. "That sounds miserable." She gave a raw laugh, scalding her throat, and went on dabbing at the roasting dish. "The sad thing is, I feel better when I don't have to see them," she said. "It's not very Christian, I know. I hope they're happy. But I prefer to be with people who like me." She could feel him watching her as she bent down and thrust the roasting dish noisily into the back of a cupboard. "I don't think that's UN Christian," he said. She gave another trembling laugh. "Oh, what a nice thing to say," she replied. "Thank you. I feel much better." He retrieved the sponge from the bottom of the sink. "And how are you?" she asked. He smiled down at the dishwater, a resigned smile. "I'm all right," he said. She went on watching him. Glancing at her, he said humorously, "What?" She raised her eyebrows, innocuous. "I'm not sure what the story is," she said. "I mean, with you and Eileen." At that he returned his attention to the sink. "Join the club," he answered. She was twisting the tea towel thoughtfully between her hands. "But you're just friends now," she said. He was nodding his head, dropping a spatula on the drying rack, answering yes. "And you're happy," she went on. Finally he gave a laugh. "I wouldn't go that far," he said. "No, it's the old life of quiet desperation for me, I'm afraid." The back door opened and Felix came inside, stamping his shoes on the mat, closing the door behind him. "Beautiful evening out there," he said. And overhead the creak of footsteps, Eileen's soft tread down the stairs. Alice folded the damp wilted tea towel in her hands. They had all come to see her. For this reason they were all in her house, for no other reason, and now that they were here it did not matter much what they did or said. Felix asking Simon if he had ever been a smoker. "No, I didn't think so. Too healthy looking. And I'd say you drink a lot of water as well, do you?" Conversation and laughter, these were just pleasant arrangements of sounds in the air. Eileen in the doorway and Alice getting up to pour her another glass of wine, to ask her about work. She had come to see her, they were together again, it did not matter much now what they said or did. A little after 1 in the morning they went upstairs to bed. Lights switched on and off again, the noises of taps running, cisterns refilling, doors opened and closed. Alice let the blind down in her room while Felix sat on the side of the bed. She came to him and he started to unbutton her dress. "I'm sorry," he said. She put her hand on his head, smoothing his hair back. "Why are you saying that?" she asked. "Because we had a fight." He exhaled slowly and for a moment said nothing. "It wasn't really a fight, though, was it?" he said. "I don't mind. You can call it that if you want. It won't happen again, whatever it was." Sadly, she went on looking down at him a little longer, and then she turned away and finished unbuttoning her dress. "Are you giving up on me?" she asked. He watched her slip the dress from her shoulders and drop it into the laundry basket. "Oh no," he said. "I'm just going to try being nice to you for a while." Unhooking her bra, she let out a high laugh. "I might not like that," she answered. He got onto the bed then, smiling to himself. "No, I thought not," he said. "But you can't always get what you want." She lay down on the bed beside him. Stroking her breast with his hand, he said, "You're happy she's here, aren't you? Your friend?" After a moment, Alice said yes. "Yeah, it's cute the way you love each other so much," he said. "Girls are like that. You should get time on your own with her while she's around, don't let the lads crowd in on you." Alice smiled. "We've been apart for too long," she said. "We're shy with each other now." He turned over on his back and looked up at the ceiling. "That won't last," he said. "And I like her, by the way." Alice smoothed her hand slowly down his shoulder, down his arm. "Will you spend some time with us tomorrow?" she said. He made a kind of shrugging gesture. "Yeah, why not?" he said. Closing his eyes, he thought again, and then added, "I'd like to." Slowly the breath of the sea drew the tide out away from the shore, leaving the sand flat and glimmering under the stars. The seaweed wet, bedraggled, crawling with insects. The dunes massed and quiet, dune grass smoothed by the cool wind. The paved walkway up from the beach in silence now under a film of white sand, the curved roofs of the caravans glowing dimly, parked cars huddled dark on the grass. Then the amusements, the ice cream kiosk with its shutter pulled down, and up the street and into town, the post office, the hotel, the restaurant. The sailor's friend with its doors closed, stickers on the windows illegible. The sweeping headlights of a single car passing. Rear lights red like coals. Further up the street, a row of houses, windows reflecting the street lights blankly, bins lined up outside, and then the coast road out of town, silent, empty, trees rising through the darkness. The sea to the west, a length of dark cloth. And to the east, up through the gates, the old rectory, blue as milk. Inside, for bodies sleeping, waking, sleeping again. On their sides, or lying on their backs, with the quilts kicked down, through dreams they passed in silence. And already now behind the house the sun was rising. On the back walls of the house and through the branches of the trees, through the colored leaves of the trees and through the damp green grasses, the light of dawn was sifting. Summer morning. Cold clear water cupped in the palm of a hand. Chapter 26. At 9 o'clock they were eating breakfast together in the kitchen, with clouds of steam from the kettle, clattering of plates and cups, sunlight billowing through the back window. Footsteps up and down the staircase after that, and voices calling. Alice threw a straw basket full of beach towels into the boot of the car while Felix stood leaning against the bonnet. Her sunglasses on her head, pushing her damp hair back off her face. He came and put his arms around her from behind, kissed the back of her neck, said something in her ear, and she laughed. The four of them in the car then with the windows rolled down, the smell of hot plastic and stale cigarette smoke, Thin Lizzy on the radio, a crackle of static. Simon in the back seat, saying to Alice, God no, I haven't heard from her in ages. Eileen's face at the open window, the wind whipping hard through her hair. When they parked up, the beach ahead was white and glittering, dotted with bathers, people in wetsuits, families with sun umbrellas and colored plastic buckets. 11 o'clock on a Tuesday. Down by the dunes, Alice and Eileen spread their towels out on the sand, one orange, the other with a pink and yellow pattern of seashells. Taking his shoes off, Simon said he would go and see what the water was like. Felix, toying with the drawstring on his swimming shorts, smiled to himself. I knew you'd say that, he said. Go on, I'll go with you, why not? The tide was out, and as they walked the sand was darker, firmer underfoot, crusted with colored stones and fragments of shell, dried seaweed, the whitened remains of crabs. Ahead of them the sea. The sun beat down hot on their necks and shoulders. Beside Simon, Felix looked small and compact, dark-haired, nimble. Simon's shadow longer over the flat wet sand. Felix started asking about his job again, asking what he actually did all day. He said he mostly attended meetings, sometimes with politicians, and sometimes with activists and community groups. Salt water mild over their feet, and then cold on their ankles, colder still up at their knees. In the last few months, Simon said they had been working a lot with an organization for refugees. Helping them, said Felix. Trying to, said Simon. Is the water always this cold, by the way? Felix laughed, his teeth were chattering. Yeah, it's always horrible, he answered. Don't know why I came in, I usually never do. And you're renting in Dublin, or you own a place? He was hugging his arms against his chest as he spoke, shivering his shoulders. Right, I have an apartment, Simon said. I mean, I have a mortgage. Felix splashed his hand idly through the surface of the water, kicking up a little white spray in Simon's direction. Without raising his eyes, he said, Yeah, my mum died there last year and she left us the house. But that still got 10 years on the mortgage as well. He rubbed the back of his neck with his wet fingertips. I don't live there or anything, he added. My brother is actually in the middle of selling it now. Simon listened in silence, wading along to keep pace, the water waist high now. He said gently that he was very sorry to hear that Felix had lost his mother. Felix looked at him, screwed one eye shut, and then looked back down at the water. Yep, he said. Simon asked how he felt about selling the house and he gave a strange, hard laugh. It's funny, he replied. I'm avoiding my brother for the last 6 weeks trying to get out of signing it over. Isn't that mad? I don't know why I'm doing it. It's not like I want to live there. And I really need the money. But that's me, can't do things the easy way. He splashed his hand through the water again aimlessly. It's good you're doing that stuff you were saying, about the asylum seekers, he said. God love them. Simon seemed to consider this a moment, and then said that he felt increasingly frustrated with his work, because all he really did was go to meetings and write reports that no one ever read. But at least you care, said Felix. A lot of people don't. Simon said that while of course he did care, in theory, it didn't seem to make much difference whether he did or not. Most of the time I'm going about my life like it's not even happening, he added. I mean, I meet with these people who've gone through things I can't even begin to understand. And as much as I'm on their side in principle, and I go to work every day and do my job, in reality I spend most of my time thinking about, I don't know. Felix gestured back toward the shore, at the reclining forms of Alice and Eileen. The likes of them, he said. Smiling now, Simon turned his eyes away and said yes, the likes of them. Felix was observing him carefully. You're religious, are you? He asked. Simon paused a moment before looking back up at him. Did Alice tell you that, he said, or did you just guess? Felix gave another cheerful laugh. The Catholic guilt was a giveaway, he answered. Nah, she told me. For a few seconds they were silent, walking on. Quietly, Simon said that at one time in his life he had thought about joining the priesthood. Felix was observing him, mild, interested. "And why didn't you?" he said, "if you don't mind me asking." Simon was looking down into the cold cloudy water, the surface broken up here and there by fragments of reflected light. Then he answered, "I was going to say that I thought politics would be more practical. But the truth is, I didn't want to be alone." Felix was grinning to himself. "That's your problem," he said, "you're hard on yourself for not being more like Jesus. You should do what I do, just be a dickhead and enjoy your life." Simon looked up then, smiling. "You don't seem like a dickhead," he said. "But I'm glad to know you enjoy your life." Felix waded a little further ahead into the water. Without turning back, he said aloud, "I've definitely done a lot of stuff I shouldn't have done. But there's no point crying over it, is there? I mean, maybe I do cry over it sometimes, but I try not to." Simon watched him for another second or two, the water lapping up around his small white body. "Well, we're all sinners," Simon said. Felix turned around and looked at him then. "Oh yeah," he said. He started laughing again. "I forgot you lot believed that," he added. "Absolute freaks, no offense. Come on, we're not going to get a swim in at all if you stay standing there." He walked in a few steps further and then dipped his whole body under the surface of the water, disappearing completely. On the shore, Eileen was sitting up, cross-legged, leafing through a collection of short stories. Alice was lying on a towel beside her, sunlight glistening on her damp eyelids. A breath of wind caught at a page of Eileen's book and she smoothed it back down impatiently with her hand. Without opening her eyes, Alice said, "So what's the situation?" Eileen made no reply at first, did not even lift her head. Then she said, "With Simon, you mean?" "I don't know what the situation is. You know, I think we're very different people." Alice's eyes were open now, shielded by the flat of a hand, looking up at her. "What does that mean?" she asked. Eileen frowned down at a page of dense black type and then closed the book. "He's seeing someone else," she said. "But I don't know if it would have worked out between us anyway. You know, we're just very different." Alice still had her hand up, shading her eyes. "You said that before, but what does it mean?" she asked. Eileen put the book down then and took a drink of water from her bottle. After swallowing, she said, "You're being intrusive." Alice dropped her hand away and closed her eyes again. "Sorry," she said. Eileen put the cap back on the bottle, saying, "It's a touchy subject." A small insect landed on Alice's towel and zipped away again through the air. "Understandably," said Alice. Eileen was looking out at the horizon, two figures dropping down now below the surface of the water, and now emerging again, changing places with one another. "If it didn't work out, it would be too depressing," she remarked. Alice sat up on her elbows, digging two little hollows in the soft sand. "But if it did work out," said Alice. "That's gambling mentality," Eileen replied. Alice was nodding her head, her eyes traveling up and down the seated figure of her friend beside her. The slender black shoulder strap of her swimsuit. "That's risk aversion," said Alice. Eileen was half smiling. "Self-sabotage," then, Eileen answered. Alice was smiling too, cocking her head to one side. "That's arguable either way," she said. "He does love you, though." Eileen glanced around at her then, saying, "What, he said that to you?" Alice shook her head. "No, I just mean it's obvious," she replied. Eileen bent forward over her crossed legs, planting her hands down on the rough pink pattern towel in front of her, the little ridges of her spine showing through the thin synthetic cloth of her swimsuit. "Right, in a way he loves me," she said. "Because I'm a little idiot who can't do anything for myself, that's his big thing. She straightened up again and rubbed her eyes with her hands. Earlier in the year, around January or February, I started getting really bad headaches, she said. And one night I went down this rabbit hole online looking up my symptoms, and I convinced myself I had a brain tumor. This is a completely stupid story, by the way. Anyway, I called Simon at like 1 in the morning to tell him I was scared I had brain cancer, and he got a taxi over to my apartment and let me cry on him for like an hour. He didn't even seem annoyed, he was just very chilled out. Not that I wanted him to be annoyed. But would I ever do that for him? If he called me in the middle of the night saying, "Oh hey Eileen, what's up? I've irrationally convinced myself I have a rare form of cancer. Do you want to come over and let me cry on you until I tire myself out and fall asleep?" There's no point even imagining how I would react, because it's just something he would never do. In fact, if he did that, I would assume there genuinely was something wrong with his brain. Alice was laughing. "You have all these stories where you're a hypochondriac," she said. "But you never come across that way to me." Eileen had taken her sunglasses from her bag and was cleaning them absent-mindedly on a corner of the sweater she had taken off. "No, that's what I'm saying," she said. "Simon gets the absolute dregs of my personality. I don't know why I'm criticizing him, I should be criticizing myself. What adult woman would behave like that? It's awful." Alice was digging her elbows down into the towel contemplatively. After a moment she said aloud, "You mean you don't like who you are, when you're with him?" Eileen frowned to herself then, inspecting the sunglasses under the light. "No, not that," she said. "I just feel like our relationship is very one-way. Like he's always fixing things for me and I never fix anything for him. I mean, it's great that he's so helpful. And I need that, in a way. But he doesn't need anything back from me." After a pause she added, "Anyway, it doesn't matter. He has this 23-year-old girlfriend who everyone says is great." Alice lay back down on the beach towel. The figures of Simon and Felix were no longer visible from where Eileen was sitting, just the vast haze of light and water, thin waves breaking like thread. Behind them the village glittered white along the coast, as far as the lighthouse, and to the left were the empty sand dunes. Alice put the back of her hand to her forehead as if to cool it. "Could you really live here, do you think?" Eileen asked. Alice looked over at her with no surprise. "I do live here," she said. A frown flickered over Eileen's features and instantly receded. "No, I know that," she said. "But I mean in the long term." Mildly Alice replied, "I don't know. I'd like to." Behind them a young family made their way down from the caravan park, 2 children toddling ahead in matching dungarees. "Why?" asked Eileen. Alice gave a smile. "Why not?" she said. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" In a low tone Eileen answered, "Sure, obviously." She was looking down at the towel then, smoothing out creases with her long fingers, while Alice watched her. "You could always come and live with me," Alice replied. Eileen shut her eyes and opened them again. "Unfortunately I have to work for a living," she said. Alice hesitated for a moment, and then answered lightly, "Don't we all?" The men were coming out of the water then, glistening wet, reflecting the light of the sun, and they were speaking to one another, at first inaudibly, their shadows cast behind them on the sand, dappled blue, and the women fell silent and watched them. At 2 o'clock, Felix went out to work and the other 3 walked around the village. It was a hot afternoon, black patches of tar softening on the roads, school exam students dawdling in their uniforms. In the charity shop beside the church Eileen bought a green silk blouse for €6.50. Felix meanwhile was wheeling a tall stillage trolley through the aisles of the warehouse, angling his body against the mechanism of the trolley in a certain precise manner in order to guide it around corners, placing his left foot just behind the back wheels while his hands loosed and then re-gripped the handles. He carried out this action identically again and again, never seeming to think about it except when he miscalculated and the weight of the trolley slipped briefly out of his control. In Alice's kitchen, Simon was making dinner, and Alice was encouraging Eileen to write a book. For some reason Eileen was holding in her lap the silk blouse she had purchased earlier in the day. Occasionally while Alice spoke she petted the blouse absent-mindedly as if it were an animal. She seemed in one sense to be giving her conversation with Alice a very deep and sustained attention, but in another sense she hardly seemed to be listening at all. She looked down at the tiles, apparently thinking, her lips sometimes moving silently as if to form words, but saying nothing. After dinner, they walked down to meet Felix for a drink. A cool light was fading over the sea, blue and faintly yellow. Felix was standing outside the sailor's friend when they arrived, talking on the phone. He waved to them with his free hand, saying into his phone, "We'll see, I'll ask." "Listen, I'll let you go, all right?" They went inside together then. "If it isn't the bold Felix Brady," said the barman. "My best customer." To the others, Felix said, "That's his idea of a joke." The four of them sat down together in a booth near the empty fireplace, drinking, and talking about different cities they had lived in. Felix asked Alice about New York, and she said she had found it stressful and confusing. She said everybody there lived in very strange buildings, with hallways and staircases that led nowhere, and none of the doors ever closed properly, even bathroom doors, even in expensive places. Felix said he had moved to London after he finished school and spent some time there working as a barman, including a short stint at a strip club, which he told them was the most depressing job he'd ever had. Addressing Simon, he asked, "Have you ever been to a strip club?" Politely, Simon said no. "Awful places," said Felix. "You should have a look sometime, if you ever feel like things are going okay in the world." Simon said he had never lived in London but had spent a bit of time there when he was at university, and after that he had lived in Paris for several years. Felix asked whether he spoke any French, and Simon said yes, adding that his partner at the time had been Parisian and they had spoken French at home. "You live together?" said Felix. Simon was taking a drink from his glass. He nodded. "How long for?" said Felix. "Sorry, I'm like interviewing you now." "I'm just curious." Simon said about 4 or 5 years. Raising his eyebrows, Felix said, "Oh right. And you're single now, are you?" Simon gave a wry smile at that, and Felix laughed. Eileen was plaiting a lock of her hair idly with her fingers, watching them. "Yes, I'm single," Simon said. Dropping the half-finished braid, Eileen interjected, "Well, you're seeing someone." This remark seemed to interest Felix, and he glanced back at Simon quickly. "No, not at the moment," Simon replied. "You mean Caroline, we're not seeing each other anymore." Eileen affected a surprised face, opening her mouth up in the shape of an O, and then, perhaps to mask some real surprise, returned to plaiting her hair. "So secretive," she said. "You weren't going to tell me?" To Felix, she added, "He never tells me anything." Simon sat watching her, amused. "I was going to tell you," he said. "I was just waiting for the opportune moment." She let out a little laugh, her face turning pink. "Opportune in what sense?" she asked. Cheerfully Felix put his glass down on the table. "Now we're having fun," he said. After another drink, another, and one more, they left the bar and went to get ice cream. Eileen and Alice were laughing, talking about someone they had hated in college, who had recently married someone else they had also hated in college. "Have they always been so mean?" Felix said to Simon. In a humorous tone, Simon answered that Eileen had actually been a nice girl before she met Alice, and Alice called back, "I knew you were going to say that." The shop on the corner with its sliding automatic doors, buzzing white light fixtures, glossy floor tiles. By the fruit and vegetable crates, a display of fresh flowers. Gravy granules, rolls of baking paper, identical bottles of vegetable oil. Alice slid open the freezer door and they each selected a pre-packaged ice cream. Then she remembered they would need milk and soda bread for breakfast, and kitchen roll, and Eileen wanted toothpaste. As they approached the till with these items, Alice took her purse from her bag, and Simon said, "No, no, let me." Eileen watched him fish his wallet from his pocket, a slim leather wallet, which he unfolded with one hand to take out his card. Glancing up, he caught her looking, and sheepishly she smiled, touching her ear, and he smiled back at her. Quietly Felix looked on, while Alice packed the items into a cloth bag. Walking back up the coast road, they ate their ice creams and talked about whether they had gotten any sunburn at the beach earlier. Alice and Eileen falling behind together, arm in arm, smelling of perfume and sun lotion, talking about Henry James. "I never know what to think until I talk to you," Alice said. Simon and Felix striding up the hill ahead, Felix asking about Simon's family, about where he grew up, about his previous relationships. Politely and pleasantly Simon answered his questions, or else smiled and said only, "No comment." Felix nodding his head, amused, hands in his pockets. "Just girls, is it?" he said. Simon looked around at him then. "Sorry?" he asked. With a serene expression Felix looked back at him. "Is it just girls you like?" he said. For a moment Simon said nothing, and then in a low easy tone of voice answered, "So far." Felix's high laughter then echoing off the facades of houses. Past the street entrance to the caravan park, the golf links silent and blue, the hotel with its bright glass lobby, they walked. At the house they wished one another good night and went upstairs. In the EN suite Alice brushed her teeth while Felix sat up in bed scrolling through the notifications on his phone. "You know my friend Danny," he said, "she's having people over for her birthday tomorrow. Nothing wild, her nieces and nephews will be there and all that. I might just show the face, is that all right?" Alice appeared in the doorway of the bathroom, drying her hands on a towel. "Of course," she said. He was nodding his head, looking her up and down. "You can come if you want," he added. "And the other two." She hung the towel up then and came to sit down on the bed, taking her necklace off. "That might be fun," she said. "Would Danny mind?" He sat up and reached to help her with the clasp. "No, not at all," he said. "She told me to say it to you." Alice let the necklace spool out into her hand and then dropped it on the bedside cabinet. "Attractive, isn't he?" Felix added. "Your friend." Simon. Alice gave a feline little smile then and got onto the bed. "I told you he was," she said. Felix put his hand behind his head, looking up at her. "He reminds me of you," he replied. "Keeps his cards close." She picked up her pillow and battered him with it. "Sadly, I suspect he might be heterosexual," she said. Tucking the pillow behind his head, Felix answered mildly, "Yeah. We'll see." She laughed, climbing on top of him. "You're not going to leave me for him, are you?" she asked. Smoothing his hands down from her hips, down her thighs, he said, "Leave you? No, not at all. You don't think the three of us could have a bit of fun together, no?" She was shaking her head. "And where would Eileen be in this scenario?" she asked. "Downstairs knitting." Felix pouted his bottom lip thoughtfully, and then remarked, "I wouldn't rule her out." Alice ran a finger over one of his dark eyebrows. "This is what I get for having such good-looking friends," she said. He was smiling. "You're not so bad yourself, you know," he said. "Come here." Eileen meanwhile was sitting on her bed scrolling on her phone through a series of wedding photographs her mother had sent her. On the floor, a discarded cardigan, her swimsuit with its straps tangled, sandals with the buckles hanging open. On the bedside table a lamp with a pleated pink shade. When a knock sounded softly on her door, she looked up and said aloud, "Hello." Simon opened the door a crack. His face in the shadow, his hand on the handle. "I'll just leave your toothpaste in the bathroom," he said. "Sleep well." With her arm she gestured for him to come inside. "I'm looking at wedding photos," she said. He closed the door behind him and sat down on the side of the bed. The photograph on her screen showed Lola and Matthew standing together outside the church, Lola holding a bouquet of pink and white flowers. "That's nice," said Simon. She scrolled on to the next image then, the bridal party standing together, Eileen in her pale green dress, half smiling. "Ah, you look beautiful," Simon said. She moved over on the bed and patted the mattress to invite him. He sat beside her, their backs against the headboard, and she scrolled on. Photographs from the drinks reception. Lola laughing with her mouth open, a flute of champagne in her hand. Yawning now, Eileen nestled her head against Simon's shoulder, and he settled his arm around her, warm and heavy. After a minute or two she put the phone down on her lap and let her eyes drift closed. "Today was fun," she said. His fingers moved idly over the back of her neck, up into her hair, and she gave a soft pleasurable sigh. "Millimeter," he said. She rested her hand on his chest, her eyes half open. "So what happened with Caroline?" she asked. Looking down at her hand, he answered, "I told her there was someone else." Eileen paused, as if waiting for him to continue. Then she said, "Anyone I know?" His fingers behind her ear, through her hair. "Oh, just the same girl I've been in love with all along," he said. "Now and then she likes to toy with my feelings to make sure I'm still interested." She sucked on her lower lip and released it. "Heartless woman," she said. He was smiling to himself. "Well, it's my fault for spoiling her," he said. "I'm a terrible fool about her, really." She moved her hand down over his shirt buttons, down to the buckle of his belt. "Simon," she said. "You know the night I came over to your apartment, when you were sleeping?" He said yes. "When we got into bed that night," she went on, "you just turned over on your side, away from me. Do you remember that?" With a self-conscious smile he said he remembered. She was tracing the buckle of his belt with her fingers. "You didn't want to touch me?" she asked. He let out a kind of laugh, looking down at her small white hand. "Yes, of course I did," he replied. "But when you came upstairs I thought you seemed upset about something." She was thoughtful for a moment. "I was, kind of," she said. "I suppose I thought it would make me feel better if we slept together. I'm sorry if you think that's bad. But when you turned away from me, I felt like, maybe you didn't really want me after all." He was smoothing his hand down over the back of her neck. "Oh," he said. "That didn't occur to me. I mean, I had no idea you wanted to sleep with me to cheer yourself up. I was doing it purely because I wanted to, and you let me. I wasn't even really sure why you were letting me, to be honest. I suppose I thought, maybe it was good for your self-esteem to get in bed with someone who wanted you so badly. I've had that feeling before, like it's flattering to be the object of desire, and maybe it's so flattering that it's even kind of sexy in a way. But it never went through my mind that you would think I didn't want you. I suppose the way I think about these things, I mean, even when we do make love, I sometimes feel like it's something that I'm doing to you, for my own reasons. And maybe you get some kind of innocent physical pleasure out of it, I hope you do, but for me it's different. I know you're going to say that's sexist." She was laughing, her mouth was open. "It is sexist," she said. "Not that I mind. It's flattering, like you were saying. You have this primal desire to subjugate and possess me. It's very masculine, I think it's sexy." Lifting his hand, he touched his thumb to her lower lip. "I do feel that," he said. "But at the same time, you have to want it." She looked up at him, her eyes were wide and dark. "I do," she said. He turned over then and kissed her mouth. For a time they lay like that with their arms around one another, his hand caressing the small hard bone of her hip, her breath hot and damp on his neck. When he put his hand under her dress, she shut her eyes and let out a low breath. "Ah, you're being very good," he murmured. She gave a kind of animal cry, she was shaking her head. "Oh God," she said. "Please." Laughing again now, he asked, "What does that mean, please?" She went on shaking her head against the pillow. "You know what it means," she replied. He smoothed a strand of her hair behind her ear. "I don't have a condom," he said. She told him it was okay. Then she added, "As long as you're not having unprotected sex with anyone else." His ears were red, he was smiling. "No, no," he said. "Just you. Can I take this off?" She sat up and he lifted her dress off over her head. Underneath she was wearing a soft white bra and he reached behind her to unhook it. Watching him while he slipped the straps off her shoulders, she gave a little shiver. She lay down on her back then and took off her underwear. "Simon," she said. He was unbuttoning his shirt, looking over at her attentively. "Do you do this with all your girlfriends?" she asked. "I mean, the way you talk to me, telling me that I'm being good. Do you do it a lot?" "Not that it's my business, I'm just curious." He gave a kind of shy smile. "No, never, really," he said. "I'm improvising. Is it okay?" She laughed then and so did he, embarrassed. "Oh, I love it," she said. "I was just wondering, after the last time. You know, maybe this is his thing, maybe he's like this with all the other women." He was leaving his clothes down on the floorboards. "There haven't really been that many women anyway," he said. "Not that I want to spoil the fantasy for you." She shaded her eyes, and she was smiling. "How many?" she said. He lay down on top of her then. "Let's not," he answered. With her arms around his neck she asked, "Less than 20? He gave a funny frown. "Fewer," he said. "Yes. Is that what you think, 20? She was grinning, she licked her teeth. "Fewer than 10? She asked. He took in a patient breath and then answered, "I thought you were going to be good." She bit her lip. "I am," she said. When he moved inside her she made a hard little gasping sound and said nothing. He closed his eyes. "Oh, I love you," he murmured. In a small childish voice she said, "And am I the only one you love?" He kissed the side of her face then, saying, "Jesus, God, yes." Afterwards, she turned over on her belly, her arms folded on the pillow, her head turned to look at him. He pulled a corner of the quilt up over himself and lay down on his back with his hand behind his head. His eyes were closed, he was sweating. "Sometimes I wish I was your wife," she said. Catching his breath still, he smiled to himself. "Go on," he answered. She settled her chin down on her arms. "But when I think about being married to you," she went on, "I picture it too much like this. Like we get to spend the whole day with our friends, and then at night we lie in bed together making love. In real life you'd probably be away all the time at conferences, having affairs with people's secretaries." Without opening his eyes he replied that he had never had an affair in his life. "But you've never been married," she pointed out. "See, your girlfriends are always the same age. A wife gets older." He laughed then. "Such a brat," he said. "If you were my wife I'd put manners on you." She watched him for a moment in silence. Then she remarked, "But if I was your wife we wouldn't be friends." Languidly he opened an eye to look at her. "What do you mean?" he asked. She gazed down at her arms, thin and freckled from the sun. "I've just been thinking about these situations," she said, where people who are friends get into relationships. And usually it ends badly. I mean, of course that's true in any case when people get together. But in most cases you can just block the person's number and move on. Whereas I don't really want to block your number, personally speaking. She propped herself upright on her elbows, looking down at him. Do you remember when I was like 14 or 15, you told me we were going to be friends for the rest of our lives? She asked. I know you probably don't remember, but I do. He was lying very still and listening to her. Sure, he said. Of course I remember. She nodded her head several times in quick succession, sitting up now on the mattress, gathering the quilt around her body. And what about that? She asked. If we get together and then break up, even saying that is so painful, I don't even want to think about it. With everything the way it is, I mean, Alice living out here in the middle of nowhere, and all our friends emigrating constantly, and I have to buy illegal antibiotics on the internet when I get a urinary tract infection because I'm too poor to go to the doctor, and every election everywhere on earth makes me feel like I'm physically getting kicked in the face. And then not to have you in my life. Jesus, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine going on in those circumstances. Whereas, if we just stay friends, okay, we can't sleep together, but what's the likelihood we'll ever fall out of each other's lives? I can't imagine it, can you? Quietly he answered, no. I see what you mean. She rubbed her hands down her face, shaking her head. In some ways, maybe our friendship is actually more important, she said. I don't know. When I was living with Aidan, I sometimes thought, it's a little bit sad that I'll never find out what might have happened with Simon. But maybe, in a way, it's better not to know. We'll always be in each other's lives and we'll always have this feeling between us, and it's better. Sometimes when I get really sad and depressed, I lie in bed and think about you. I don't mean in a sexual way. I just think about the goodness of you as a person. And since you like me, or you love me, I must be okay. I can feel that feeling inside myself even now while I'm describing it to you. It's like, when everything is really bad, it's this one small feeling the size of an acorn, and it's inside me, here. She gestured to the base of her breastbone, between her ribs. It's like the way, when I'm upset, I know I can call you, and you'll say soothing things to me, she said. And when I think about that, most of the time I don't even need to call you, because I can feel it, the way I'm describing. I can feel that you're with me. I know that probably sounds stupid. But if we got together and then broke up, would I not be able to feel that anymore? And what would I have inside here instead? She tapped the base of her breastbone again with anxious fingers. Nothing? She asked. He lay there on the bed watching her, and for a few moments was silent. Then he said, I don't know. It's very difficult. I understand what you're saying. With a desperate, almost disbelieving look, she stared at him. But you're not saying anything back to me, she said. He gave a kind of self-deprecating smile, looking up at the ceiling. Well, it's complicated, he replied. Maybe you're right, it's better to draw a line under it, and not put ourselves through all this anymore. I do find it very difficult, hearing you say these things. I felt terrible about the situation with Caroline, and I really wanted to fix it. But from what you're saying now, I suppose it wasn't really about that, it was something else. I do understand your reasons, but from what you're saying, it sounds like you don't actually want to be with me. She stayed there staring at him, her hand still pressed to her chest. He rubbed his jaw and sat up from the bed with his feet on the floorboards. His back was turned to her. I'll let you get some sleep, he said. He picked his clothes up off the floor and put them back on again. She sat on the mattress, the quilt wound around her body, saying nothing. Finally he finished buttoning his shirt and turned to look at her. When you came over that night, he said, after I got back from London, I felt very excited to see you. I don't know if I said that, Or maybe I did. To be honest, I was nervous, because I was so happy. She was silent, wiping her nose with her fingers, and he nodded to himself, acknowledging her silence. I hope you don't regret it, he said. Softly she answered, no. He smiled then. That's something, he said. I'm glad. After a pause he added, I'm sorry that I couldn't be what you wanted. She sat staring a few seconds longer. Then she said, but you are. He laughed at that, his eyes on the floor. The feeling is mutual, he replied. But no, I understand. I do, really. I won't keep you up any later. Sleep well, all right? He left the room then. Eileen sat still on the bed, her shoulders drawn up, her arms folded. She picked up her phone and dropped it again without looking, pushed her hair off her forehead, closed her eyes. Remembering absently a line of poetry, well now that's done, and I'm glad it's over. Her underarms prickling wet, her back aching, shoulders hot and sore from the sun. Across the landing Simon enters his own room and closes the door behind him. And if in the silence and solitude of his room he kneels down on the floorboards, is he praying? And for what? To be free of selfish desires, maybe. Or maybe with his elbows on the mattress, his hands clasped before him, he is only thinking, what do you want from me? Please God show me what you want. Chapter 27. At 6:45 in the morning, Felix's alarm rang out, a flat repetitive beeping noise. The room was dim, the west-facing windows letting in only a little cool white light through the blinds. What time is it? Alice murmured. He turned the alarm off and got out of bed. Time for work, he said. Go back to sleep. He showered in the en-suite bathroom and came out again with a towel around his shoulders, pulling on his underwear. When he was dressed he went to the bedside and bent to kiss Alice's forehead, warm and damp. I'll see you later on, he said. With her eyes closed she answered, I love you. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand as if taking her temperature. You do, yeah, he said. He went downstairs then and into the kitchen. Eileen was leaning against the countertop, unscrewing the base of the coffee pot. Her eyes were swollen and red. Good morning, she said. From the doorway Felix looked at her. What are you doing up? He asked. She gave a tired smile and said she couldn't sleep. Studying her face, Felix replied, You look a bit wrecked all right. He opened the fridge and took out a pot of yogurt, while she dumped yesterday's coffee grounds into the sink. Sitting down at the table, he asked, So what do you do for a job? Alice told me you're a journalist or something. Eileen shook her head, filling the pot with water from the tap. No, she said. I just work for a magazine. I'm an editor, kind of. Felix was stirring the yogurt with his spoon. What kind of magazine? He asked. She said it was a literary journal. Right, he said. I don't really know what that is. She was lighting the burner then. Yeah, we don't have a wide readership, she said. We publish poetry and essays and things like that. He asked how the magazine made money in that case. Oh, it doesn't, she said. It's just funded with grants. Felix looked interested then. You mean like from the taxpayer? He asked. She sat down at the other end of the table, smiling faintly. Yes, she said. Do you object? After swallowing he answered, Not at all. And you get paid from the taxpayer as well, do you? She said yes. Although not a lot, she added. He was licking the back of the spoon. What's not a lot to you? He asked. She took a tangerine from the fruit bowl and started to unpeel it. About 20,000 a year, she said. His eyebrows shot up, and he put the yogurt down. You're not serious, he said. After tax? She said no, before. He was shaking his head. I make more than that, he said. She left a long spiraling piece of orange peel down on the table. And why shouldn't you? She asked. He was staring at her. How do you even live? He said. She broke the tangerine in half with her fingers. I often wonder, she replied. He went back to his yogurt, murmuring in a friendly tone of voice, fuck's sake. After swallowing another mouthful, he added, and you went to college for that? She was chewing. No, I went to college to learn, she said. He laughed. Fair enough, he answered. Anyway, you probably like your job, do you? She moved her head from side to side uncertainly, and then said, I don't hate it. He was nodding, looking down into the yogurt pot. That's where we're different, so, he said. She asked him how long he had been at the warehouse and he told her 8 or 10 months. The coffee pot started sputtering and she got up to look inside. Pulling her sleeve down over her hand, she poured 2 cups and carried them to the table. He watched her, and then said, Here, can I ask you something? Sitting back down at the table, she replied, Sure. He was frowning to himself. How come you're only visiting her now? He said. I mean, you live in Dublin, it's not that far away. And she's been here for ages. Eileen's posture stiffened while he spoke, but she said nothing, made no particular expression with her face. She added a spoonful of sugar to her coffee without speaking. The way she talks about you, he added, she makes it sound like you're best friends. Quickly and coolly Eileen answered, We are best friends. Behind her a little rain speckled the kitchen window. Right, so how come it took you all this time to come and see her? He asked. I'm just curious. If she's your best friend I would have thought you'd want to visit her before. Eileen's face was white, her nostrils were white when she took in a deep breath and released it. You know I have a job, she said. He was screwing one eye closed then, frowning. Yeah, so do I, he said. But you hardly work weekends, do you? Eileen's arms were folded now, her hands gripping her upper arms through the sleeves of her dressing gown. And why didn't she come and visit me? She asked. If she's so keen on seeing me. She doesn't work weekends, does she? Felix seemed to find this remark peculiar, and he turned it over a moment before answering. I didn't say she was so keen on seeing you, he asked. Maybe neither of you were that keen on seeing each other, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Gripping her arms very tightly now Eileen said, Well, maybe we weren't. He was nodding his head then. Did you have a falling out or something? He asked. Irritably she moved a strand of hair out of her face. You don't actually know anything about me, she said. He took this in, and after a moment answered, You don't know anything about me either. She folded her arms again. That's why I'm not interrogating you, she said. He smiled at that. Fair enough, he replied. He swallowed the last of his coffee and got to his feet, taking his jacket from the back of a chair where he'd left it the night before. My theory would be, people like them too are different from you and me, he said. You'll only drive yourself crazy trying to make them act the way you want. Eileen watched him for a few seconds and then replied, I'm not trying to make either of them do anything. Felix had unzipped his backpack and was stuffing his jacket down inside. You have to ask yourself, he said, if they wreck your head so much, why bother? He put his bag over his shoulder then. There must be some reason on your side, he went on. Why you care? Staring down into her coffee cup then, she said very quietly, Fuck off. He gave a surprised little laugh. Eileen, he said, I'm not attacking you. I like you, all right? She was silent. Maybe you should go back to bed, he added. You look tired. I'm off anyway, see you later on. Outside the front door, a mist of morning rain. He got into the car, turned the CD player on and pulled out of the driveway. Watching the road, he whistled along with the music, adding little riffs and variations to the melody now and then, as he drove past the turn-off for the village, along the coast road to the industrial estate. When Felix got home after work that evening, his dog came bounding up from the kitchen, letting out several high yelps in quick succession, claws clicking on the laminate. Reaching him, she leapt up with her front paws on his legs, her tongue lolling out, panting. He put his hands on her head, tousling her ears, and she let out another yelp. "Shh," he said. "I've missed you too. Is anyone home?" Gently he pushed her back down onto the floor, where she ran around in a circle and sneezed. Felix made his way down the hall then and she trotted behind him. The kitchen was empty, the lights turned off, a few breakfast dishes soaking in the sink. He sat idly on a kitchen chair and took his phone out, while the dog sat at his feet and settled her head in his lap. Scrolling through his notifications with one hand, he rubbed at the scruff of her neck with the other. Alice had sent him a text reading, "Still on for Danielle's party this evening. I baked a cake just in case. Hope work was okay." He opened the message then and typed a quick reply, "Yes, still on. Said we would be there around 7, is that okay? Don't get your hopes up too much, haha, it will prob just be a lot of old people and kids. But Danny will be glad to see you." The dog emitted a low whining noise and he returned his hand to her head, saying, "I've only been gone 2 days, you know. Are they feeding you all right?" She reared her head back to lick his hand. "Thanks," he said. "That's disgusting." His phone vibrated and he checked it again. Alice was asking if he wanted to eat dinner with them and he said he had eaten already. "We'll swing by and pick you up in a bit," he typed. She replied, "Great. Eileen is in a weird mood, just to let you know." Raising his eyebrows, he typed back, "Ahaha. I know anyway, saw her this morning. Your friends are as bad as you are." He got up then, pocketing his phone, and went to the sink to turn on the hot tap. On the left side of his left hand, below the joint of his smallest finger, was a blue sticking plaster. While the hot tap ran, he peeled it off gingerly and looked underneath. A deep pink cut ran just under his knuckle, around to the palm of his hand on the other side. The white cotton pad of the sticking plaster was stained with blood, but the wound was no longer bleeding. He rolled the plaster up and dropped it in the bin under the sink, then washed his hands with soap and water, wincing as he rinsed the cut under the tap. Still sitting at the foot of the kitchen chair, the dog thumped her tail against the floor. Turning around to look down at her, drying his hands carefully on a clean dishcloth, he asked, "Do you remember Alice? She's been here a few times, you've met her." The dog got up from the floor and padded over to him. "I don't know if she's allowed dogs at her house," he remarked. "I'll find out for you." He refilled the dog's bowl with water then. While she was drinking, he went upstairs and changed his clothes, taking off the black running shoes he had worn to work and leaving them under his bed. A clean pair of black sweatpants, a white t-shirt, grey cotton pullover. Against the back of his bedroom door was a full-length mirror, in which he checked his reflection. His eyes travelling over the slim figure in the mirror, he shook his head, as if amused by some remembered idea. Down in the hall then, he sat on the staircase to lace up a pair of white sneakers. The dog came up from the kitchen and sat in front of him, prodding his knee with her long delicate jaw. "You haven't been cooped up in here the whole time, have you?" he said. "Gavin said he was going to take you out yesterday." She tried to lick his hand again and gently he pushed her muzzle away. "Now you're making me feel bad," he said. She let out a low whining noise and put her head down on the bottom step, looking up. Getting to his feet, he said, "You have a lot in common with her, you know. You're both in love with me." The dog followed him to the door, whimpering, and he patted her head once more before he left. "God love you," he muttered. Then he shut the front door behind him and got in the car. A warm, still evening, blue showing softly through white cloud. Felix knocked on Alice's front door once before opening it, calling out, "Hey, it's me." Inside, the lights were on. From upstairs, her voice answered, "We're up here." He shut the door behind him and jogged up the staircase. At the back of the landing, Simon was standing in the open doorway of Eileen's room. He turned to greet Felix and they looked at one another a moment, Simon with a resigned expression, tired. "Hello, handsome," Felix said. Simon smiled then, and gestured for Felix to enter the room ahead of him, saying, "Nice to see you too." Inside, Eileen was sitting at the dressing table and Alice was leaning against it, unscrewing a tube of lipstick. Felix sat down on the end of the bed, watching Eileen put on makeup. His eyes moved over her shoulders, the back of her head, over her reflection in the mirror, the slightly rigid expression on her face, while Alice and Simon were talking about something that had been in the news that day. Brandishing a small plastic wand, Eileen met Felix's eyes in the mirror and said, "Would you like some?" He got up and examined the object. "What is it, mascara?" he said. "Go on, why not?" She moved over on the little bench to let him sit beside her. He sat down with his back to the mirror, and Eileen said, "Look up for a second." He obliged. She ran the brush over his left lower lid with a delicate gesture of her wrist. "Simon, how about you?" said Alice. From the doorway Simon replied peaceably, "No, thanks." "He's pretty enough already," Felix said. Alice clicked her tongue, putting the cap back on the lipstick. "Don't make personal remarks," she said. With his hand in his pocket Simon said, "Don't listen to her, Felix." Eileen withdrew the mascara brush and Felix opened his eyes again. Turning around, he glanced at his own reflection in the mirror impassively and then rose from the seat. "Can any of you sing, by the way?" he asked. They all looked at him. "Just sometimes these things involve a bit of singing," he said. "You don't have to if you really can't, obviously." Alice said that Simon had been in a choir at Oxford, and Simon said he didn't think anyone at the party would be in the mood to hear the bass part of the Miserere for 14 minutes. "What about you, Eileen?" Felix said. "Can you sing?" She was screwing the cap back on the mascara. He looked at her but she avoided his eyes. "No, I can't," she answered. She rose to her feet then, smoothing her hands over her hips. "I'm ready to go when everyone else is," she said. In the car Alice sat in the front seat, carrying a sponge cake wrapped in cling film on a plate. Eileen and Simon sat in the back, the middle seat between them. Felix glanced at them in the rearview mirror and then drummed his fingers cheerfully on the steering wheel. "So what do you do in the gym?" he asked. "Like, rowing machine, or what?" Simon met his eyes in the mirror, and Alice turned her face away, smiling, or trying not to laugh. "I do a little bit on the rowing machine, yeah," Simon answered. Felix asked if he lifted weights at all and Simon said not a lot. Alice started laughing then and pretending to cough. "What?" said Eileen. "Nothing," she answered. Felix hit the indicator as they approached the turn off the coast road into town. "And what height are you?" he asked. Out of curiosity. With a lazy smile Simon looked out the window. "Shameless," Alice said. "I don't get it," said Eileen. Clearing his throat, Simon answered in a low voice, 6'3". Felix was grinning then. "See, it's just a question," he said. 6'3". "And now I know." Tapping his fingers on the steering wheel again he added, "I'm like 5'8", by the way. Not that you care, just telling you." From the back seat Eileen said she was also 5'8". Felix glanced at her over his shoulder and then back at the road again. "Are you?" he said. "Interesting." For a girl, it's a good tall height. Still looking out the window at the passing facades of summer homes, Simon remarked, I think it's a fine height for anyone. Felix laughed. Thanks, big guy, he said. They were driving down the main street then, past the turnoff for the amusements. We don't have to stay that long or anything, he remarked. At this thing. I just said I'd swing by for a bit. Hitting the indicator once more, he added, and if you get talking to anyone who says anything bad about me, they are lying. Simon started to laugh. Do people say bad things about you? Eileen asked. Felix glanced at her in the mirror again, waiting to turn right. Well, there's nasty people out there in the world, Eileen, he answered. And I'm not for everyone, let's be honest. He took the right turn then, off the main road behind the church, and after a few minutes pulled in outside a bungalow, where several cars were parked already in the driveway. When he turned the engine off, he said, Now just be normal, all right? Don't go in there talking about world politics and shit like that. People will think you're freaks. Alice turned around in her seat and said, His friends are very nice, don't worry. Eileen said she didn't know anything about world politics anyway. Felix rang the doorbell and Danielle came to answer it. She was wearing a short blue summer dress and her hair was loose around her shoulders. Behind her, the house was bright and noisy. She welcomed them inside and Felix kissed her cheek, saying, Hey, happy birthday. You look great. She waved him away with her hand, pleased. Since when do you give compliments? She said. Alice introduced Eileen and Simon, and Danielle said, You're all so glam, I'm jealous. Come on in. The kitchen was a tiled room behind the hallway, with a ceiling light over the table and a back door leading out onto the garden. Inside, 7 or 8 people were drinking from plastic cups and talking, and from the living room beside them came the sound of music and laughter. On the table were various cans and bottles, empty and unopened, a bowl of crisps, a corkscrew. A tall man standing by the fridge said, Felix Brady, where have you been this week? Another man who was standing at the back door smoking called out, He's been off riding his new girlfriend. When the first man pointed his thumb at Alice, the second man made an apologetic face and stepped inside to say, I am so sorry, I didn't see you there. Alice smiled and said not to worry. Eating a handful of crisps, Felix nodded over his shoulder and said, These are friends of hers. Be nice to them, they're a bit teen odd. Looking at Eileen, Danielle shook her head. How do you put up with him? She said. Let me get you a drink. Alice had put the cake down on a kitchen counter and was peeling off the cling film. A woman came out from the living room holding a small child in her arms. Danielle, the woman said, We're going to head off before this man falls asleep. Danielle put her hand on the child's light curls and kissed his forehead. Eileen, she said, This is my precious nephew Ethan. What do you think, isn't he an angel? The woman holding the child reached to untangle one of her earrings from the child's fingers. Eileen asked what age he was and the woman answered, 2 years 2 months. Felix's housemate Gavin was standing with Alice at the countertop asking her if she had baked the cake herself. Felix took a rolled cigarette from his wallet and said casually to Simon, Come outside for one. The back garden was cooler and quieter. A little way down the grass, a woman, a man and a little girl were playing an improvised game of football, using sweatshirts as goalposts. Felix leaned back against the garden wall, facing the grass, lighting a cigarette, and Simon stood beside him, watching the game in progress. Behind them the back of the house was hidden by the dark bulk of the garage. Energetically the little girl ran back and forth between the two adults, dribbling the ball awkwardly at her feet. Exhaling a mouthful of smoke, Felix said, Do you think Alice would be allowed to have a dog in her house? Simon looked around attentively. Well, if she buys it, she can do what she likes, he said. Why, do you have a dog? Felix was frowning. Is she thinking of buying it? He asked. Simon paused. Oh, he said. I don't know. I thought she told me that on the phone one night, but I might be wrong. With a curious expression, Felix glanced down at the lit tip of his cigarette before taking another drag. Then he answered, Yeah, I have a dog. I mean, she's not really mine. The last people who were renting our place just left her behind when they moved, so we kind of ended up with her by accident. Simon watched him while he spoke. She was really skinny then, Felix added. Like, not healthy at all. And she had anxieties. Didn't like anyone touching her or anything. She'd hide off somewhere while you were putting out food, and then when you were gone away she'd come out and eat it. And actually she had some aggression problems as well. You know, if you went too close to her and she didn't like it, she might snap at you, that kind of thing. Simon was nodding his head slowly. He asked Felix if he thought something traumatic had happened to the dog in the past. Hard to know, Felix said. Maybe the last crowd kind of neglected her. She definitely had problems anyway, wherever she got them from. He tapped some ash off his cigarette and let it float down slowly toward the grass. But she relaxed a bit in the end, he said. Just got used to being fed, and nothing bad happening, and eventually she didn't mind us going near her. She still doesn't like strangers touching her too much, but with me she likes it. Simon was smiling. That's nice, he said. I'm glad. Felix exhaled again, with a grimace. But it did take a good while, he replied. The other lads actually wanted to get rid of her at one stage, because the behavior was so bad and she didn't really seem to be calming down at all. And not to make myself out to be the hero, but I was the one who said we should keep her. With a laugh Simon said, You can be the hero, I don't mind. Thoughtfully Felix went on smoking. I was just wondering would I be allowed bring her up to Alice's house, he added. Some landlords, they won't let you. But if she's going to buy the place it's different. I didn't know she was thinking about that. Down the garden, the little girl had managed to kick the ball between the goalposts, and the man had lifted her up on his shoulders, cheering. Simon watched them, saying nothing. Felix scraped the last of his cigarette along the wall beside him until it went out. Then he dropped the end down in the grass. So what happened last night? He asked. Simon looked around at him. What do you mean? He said. Felix gave a short cough from his chest. I mean between you and Eileen, he said. You don't have to tell me, but you might as well. The little girl was coming back down the garden toward the house, the man and woman walking behind her, talking. As they passed, the man nodded and said, How's life, Brady? Felix answered, Yeah, not bad, thanks. They went inside, pulling the door behind them. The garden was empty then except for Simon and Felix, standing on the grass together behind the garage. After a long silence, Simon dropped his gaze down to his feet and said, I don't really know what happened. Felix gave a laugh at that. Okay, he said. I'll fill you in. You went into her room after we got home, right? And then a bit later, you went back to your room, and today you're both depressed. I don't know anything more than that, so you tell me. You had sex with her, or what? Simon passed his hand down over his face, looking tired. Right, he said. No further remark followed, and Felix prompted, Not for the first time, I would guess. Simon gave a wan smile. No, he agreed. Not quite. Felix put his hands in his pockets, watching Simon's face. And then what? He said. You had a fight. Not that I could hear you, by the way. It must have been a quiet kind of fight if it was one. Simon was rubbing the back of his neck with his hand. It wasn't, he said. We just talked. She said she'd prefer to stay friends. That's all. We didn't fight about it. With his eyebrows raised, Felix was staring. Fuck's sake, he said. She said that to you after you just had sex with her. What kind of behavior is that? Simon gave an awkward laugh, dropped his hand, looked away. Well, we all do things we shouldn't do, he said. I think she's just unhappy. Felix frowned at him for a second or two. There you go, he said. Trying to be like Jesus again. Simon gave another strained laugh. No, he answered, Jesus actually resisted temptation, as I recall. Smiling now, Felix reached to touch Simon's hand, and Simon let him. Down the inside of his wrist, down toward his palm, Felix brushed the back of his fingers slowly. A few seconds passed in silence. Quietly Simon said, She's a very dear friend of mine. Alice. Felix started laughing then, and let go of his hand. That's cute of you to say, he said. What do you mean? Simon stood there looking calm, tired. I just mean, I'm extremely fond of her, he answered. I admire her. Felix gave another cough, shaking his head. You mean like, if I do anything bad to her you'll kick my head in, he said. Simon was touching his own wrist then where Felix had touched it before, circling it in his hand as if it hurt. No, he said, I actually didn't mean that at all. Felix gave a yawn, stretching his arms. You could, though, he said. Kick my head in. Easily. He straightened up and turned to look out at the garden. If she's such a good friend of yours, he asked, how come you've never been to see her all this time she's been living here? Surprised, Simon said he had been trying to arrange to come and see Alice since February, and that she had always told him she was away or that it didn't suit. I also invited her to come and stay with me, he added. But she said she was busy. The impression I got was that she didn't want to see me. I'm not saying that in an accusatory way, I thought maybe she just wanted a break. We had been seeing quite a lot of each other, you know, before she left Dublin. Felix was nodding to himself. When she was in hospital, was it? He asked. Simon looked at him for a time, and answered, yes. Felix put his hands in his pockets and walked away for a moment, aimlessly, before returning to the wall, facing Simon. So all this time you've been on at her, saying you want to see her, and she's been saying, no, I'm busy? He asked. Simon replied, sure, but as I say, there's nothing wrong with that. Felix grinned. It didn't hurt your feelings? He said. Simon smiled back at him. No, no, he replied. I'm very grown up about these things. Kicking the toe of his shoe against the wall, Felix asked, what was she like in hospital? In a bad way, was she? Simon seemed to think about the question, and then answered, she seems much better now. Felix wandered away again, far enough beyond the garage to look back at the house. Well, he said, if you see her in there, tell her I want to talk to her. Simon nodded his head and for a few seconds said nothing, did nothing. Then he stood up straight and went back inside. In the kitchen, Alice was standing with Danielle eating a slice of cake from a paper plate. Raking over the sponge with her fork, she said, it didn't really rise, but it tastes all right. Closing the door behind him, Simon said it looked delicious. Felix is outside, he added. I think he wants to talk to you. Danielle laughed. Oh my God, she said. Is he drunk already? He's always being deep and meaningful when he's drunk. Helping himself to a slice of cake, Simon said, no, I don't think he's drinking. But he was getting a little deep and meaningful with me just now. Alice put her plate on the countertop. That sounds ominous, she said. I'll be back in a bit. When she was gone, Danielle asked Simon what he did for a living, and he started telling her about Leinster House, making her laugh. However bad you think it is, he said, it's worse. Eileen was in the living room looking through the Spotify account connected to the speakers, a man over her shoulder saying, "Real tunes, please." Outside, Alice closed the back door behind her and said into the empty garden, "Felix." He looked out from behind the garage. "Hey," he said. "I'm down here." With her arms folded, she came down onto the grass. On the wall he had spread out a cigarette paper and was taking a pinch of tobacco from a small plastic pouch. "You know why they're in a weird mood?" he said. "The other pair. They hooked up last night, and then she turned around and said she just wanted to be friends. The drama in your house, it's unreal." Alice was leaning against the wall, watching him roll the cigarette. "Did Simon tell you that?" she asked. He sealed the paper with the wet of his tongue and tapped it shut. "Yeah," he said. "Why, what did she tell you?" Watching him light his cigarette, Alice answered, "She just said it was a mistake. But she didn't really go into details. I could see she was upset. I didn't want to press her." Glancing down at her fingernails, she added, "She says he's impossible to talk to. She thinks he grew up in an emotionally repressive family, and he's fucked up. He can't say what he needs." Felix started laughing, coughing. "Jesus," he said. "That's harsh. I wouldn't have said he was fucked up. I like him. I actually tried it on with him a little bit while he was out here, and he started talking about how you're his great friend and he looks up to you so much. He was tempted, though, I could tell. I was on the point of being like, relax, she's cool with it." Alice was laughing then too. "God, he's such a lamb," she said. "Do you think he has low self-esteem?" Felix frowned and answered, "No. He might be losing the will to live a bit. But low self-esteem, I don't think so. And he's not that much of a lamb either. He's like yourself. His self-esteem is alright, he just fucking hates his life." Alice was smiling, brushing crumbs off the skirt of her dress. "I don't hate my life," she replied. Felix breathed out a cloud of smoke and dispersed it idly with his hand. "You told me you did," he said. "Last time we went outside for a cigarette together. Do you remember? Before we went to Rome. You were smoking yourself that time." She tucked her hair behind her ears, embarrassed. "Oh yes," she said. "Did I say I hated my life?" Felix said he was pretty sure. "Well, maybe I did then," she replied. "But I don't now." He said nothing, looking down at his hand as he smoked. Then he said, "Here, look what happened me at work today." He held out the hand and showed her the deep horizontal wound running under the knuckle of his smallest finger. The cut itself was darker now, healing over, while the surrounding skin was red and inflamed. Wincing, Alice clutched her face. Felix moved his hand around, as if to examine the wound from different angles. "I didn't even notice it until it started bleeding everywhere," he said. He looked up at her, saw her face and added, "Shit like that happens all the time in there. It didn't hurt that much or anything." She took his hand without speaking and lifted it against her cheek. He gave an uncertain kind of laugh. "Ah, you're very soft," he said. "It's just a scrape, I shouldn't have even showed it to you." "Does it hurt now?" she asked. "No, not really. Washing my hands it stings a bit." "It's not fair," Alice said. "You think everything is unfair." The back door behind them opened then, and Alice let Felix's hand fall away from her cheek, though she still held it in hers. After a moment, another man came down onto the grass nearby. He was tall, with reddish fair hair, wearing a close-fitting patterned shirt. Seeing them, he started to laugh, and Felix said nothing. "Am I interrupting something?" said the man. "Not to worry," Felix said. "Didn't know you were here." The man removed a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and began lighting one. "This must be the new girlfriend," he said. "Alice, isn't it? They were just talking about you in there. Someone got up an article about you online." She looked at Felix, but he did not return her eye contact. "Oh dear," she said. "You have some big fans out there on the internet," the man added. "Yes, I believe so," she replied. "Also a lot of people who hate me and wish me ill." The man seemed to accept this neutrally. "Didn't see any of those," he said, "but I suppose everyone has them. How's things with you, Felix?" "Can't complain." "How'd you land yourself a famous girlfriend?" "Tinder," he said. The man exhaled a stream of smoke. "Yeah? I'm on there all the time, never see anyone famous. Are you going to introduce us or what?" Alice glanced uncertainly at Felix, who looked perfectly relaxed. "Alice, that's my brother there," he said. "Damien. You don't have to shake his hand or anything, you can just nod at him from a distance." She looked back over at the man with some surprise. "Oh, it's good to meet you," she said. "You don't look anything alike." He smiled back at her. "I'll take that as a compliment," he said. "I heard you were in Rome together there a few weeks ago, is that right? You must have swept him off his feet, Alice. He wouldn't usually be the type for romantic mini-breaks." "Really, he was just keeping me company on a work trip," she said. Damien seemed to find the whole exchange increasingly amusing. "He went along to your book events and that, did he?" he asked. "Some of them," said Alice. Well. On top of everything else he must have learned to read since I last saw him." "I know," Felix said. "But why would I bother? She can tell me the good bits in person." Ignoring his brother, Damien looked Alice up and down with some curiosity. After another drag on his cigarette, he said, "Mad few years you've had, isn't it?" "I suppose so," she said. "Yeah, I've a friend who's a big fan of yours, actually. She was saying your film must be coming out soon, is that right?" Politely, Alice replied, "It's not really my film, it's just based on one of my books." Putting his hand on Alice's back, Felix said, "Here, you're annoying her talking about that stuff. She doesn't like it." Damien nodded, unfazed, smiling to himself. "Does she not?" he said. Addressing Alice then, he went on, "His not being nice, you know. He seriously doesn't have a fucking clue who you are. He's never read a book in his life." "She's hardly stuck for meeting people who like reading," said Felix. "Sure they never leave her alone." Damien took another drag on his cigarette. After a moment he said to Alice, "Do you know he's been avoiding me?" Alice looked at Felix, who was gazing down at his feet, shaking his head. "See, when our mam died," Damien went on, "she left us both the house, yeah. Together. And we agreed we were going to sell it. Are you following me? You're a smart lady." "I'm sure you are. Anyway, I can't sell it without his signature on all these documents. And in the last few weeks, he's just disappeared. Won't answer my calls, texts, nothing. What do you think that's about?" Alice said quietly that it was none of her business. "You'd think he'd be happy to have a bit money coming his way," Damien added. "God knows he's been short of it often enough." "Anything else you want to rat on me about while you're here?" Felix asked. Ignoring him, Damien went on thoughtfully, "Tom Heffernan gave him an awful lot of money there at one stage. Old lad who lives in town with his wife. Wonder why that was. What's the connection, do you know?" Felix was shaking his head again, flicking the end of his cigarette away into the grass, and in the dimming light of the eastern sky his face was flushed. Look, you seem like a nice girl, Damien remarked. Maybe a bit too nice, yeah. Don't let him make a fool of you, that's my advice. Coolly Alice answered, I wonder what makes you believe I could possibly want life advice from you. Felix started laughing at that, high wild laughter. Damien said nothing for a moment, smoking slowly. Then he said, You've got it all figured out, have you? Oh, I'd say I'm doing all right, she answered. In a conciliatory tone now, still grinning, Felix said, Here, Damien. I'll come over tomorrow morning before work and do that for you. Okay. And you can leave off harassing me. Is that fair enough? Still looking at Alice, Damien answered, Fine. He dropped his cigarette in the grass. God help you both, he added. Turning around then, he went back inside. The door clicked shut behind him. Felix stepped out from behind the garage as if to check he was really gone, and then laced his fingers together and placed his hands on the back of his head. She watched him. Yeah, he said. Damien. We hate each other, by the way, I don't know if I said that to you before. You didn't. Ah, right. Sorry. Felix dropped his hands from his head and held them loosely at his side, still looking at the door through which his brother had exited. It was a wooden door with yellow glass panes inset. We were never great buddies, he added. But the whole thing with Mam getting sick, yeah. I really won't get into it because I'll be here all night giving you the details. But anyway, me and him have not been getting on the best in the last few years. If I knew we were going to run into him, I would have given you more background. Still, she said nothing. He turned around to look at her, his expression agitated now or unhappy. I can read, by the way, he said. I don't know why he went down that line of saying I'm illiterate and all that. I'm not great at reading, but I can read. And I don't think you really care anyway. Of course I don't. Yeah, he was always better than me in school, so I suppose he likes to bring it up in front of people. He's one of these lads who has to put other people down so he can feel like the big man. Mam used to criticize him on that and he didn't like it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Stupid thing is, he actually annoys me. I mean, I'm annoyed now. I'm sorry. He looked back at her again. Not your fault, he said. You were good. I could have watched you and him have it out for a while, that side was funny to me. That's the thing about you being so intimidating, it's enjoyable when you do it to other people. She dropped her gaze to the ground and said softly, I don't enjoy it. Do you not? A small bit, you must. No, I don't. Why do you do it, then? He asked. Intimidate people. She said. I don't intend to. He frowned. But you know the way you act, he said. Putting the fear of God into people. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not having a go at you. You may find it hard to believe this, she said, but when I meet people, I actually try to be nice. He let out a yelp of laughter and in response Alice gave a sigh, leaning against the wall, covering her eyes. Is the idea so amusing? She said. If you're trying to be nice, why do you make cutting remarks all the time? I don't all the time. No, but you come out with them when it suits you, he said. I'm not saying you're a nasty person or anything. Just that people wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of you. Sharply she replied, Yes, you've made that point. He raised his eyebrows, and for a few seconds was silent. Finally he said mildly, Jesus, I'm getting attacked on all sides this evening. She bowed her head, as if despondent or tired, but made no reply. You're not the easiest person to get along with, he added, but you know that yourself. Felix, is it too much to ask that you might stop criticizing my personality? she asked. I don't want you to flatter me. You really don't have to say anything about me at all. I just don't find the negative feedback useful. He watched her uncertainly for a few seconds. All right, he said. I'm not trying to upset you. She said nothing. Her silence seemed to bother him, and he put his hands in his pockets before taking them out again. Yeah, it's like Damien was saying, he said. You think I don't appreciate you. Fair enough, maybe I don't. Still she said nothing, and stared down at her feet. He looked restless, irritable, anxious. See, you're used to getting treated differently, he went on. From people who know about you and think you're really important and everything. And then when I treat you in a normal way, it's not good enough. I think if I'm honest, you'll find someone who appreciates you better, and you'll be happier. After a long pause, she said, I think I'd like to go inside now if that's all right. He looked down at the ground, frowning. I can't stop you, he said. She walked back up the grass toward the house. Before she reached the door, he cleared his throat and said aloud, You know, when I fucked my hand up earlier, the first thing I thought was, I bet Alice won't be happy about this. She turned back to him before replying, and I wasn't. Yeah, he said. And it's nice to have someone who would care about something like that. I get sliced to bits every other week out in that place, and it's not like I have a lot of people saying, Oh, that must have hurt, what happened? And look, maybe there is certain things about you I can't appreciate, and sometimes I don't like the tone you put on with me, I've admitted that. But say you were above in your house on your own and you weren't feeling well, or you hurt yourself or something, I would want to know about it. And if you wanted me to come up and look after you, I would. And I'm sure you'd do the same. Is that not enough to be going on with? Maybe for you it's not, but it is for me. They looked at one another. Let me think about it, Alice said. Inside the house, a bumblebee had flown into the living room and two of Danielle's friends were shrieking and laughing, trying to guide it back out the window. Simon was sitting at the kitchen table with Danielle's cousin Gemma, who was holding in her lap the little girl who had been playing football earlier. And do you prefer school, Simon was saying, or do you prefer being on your holidays? Eileen was at the countertop splashing some vodka into a plastic cup, while the same man she had been talking with earlier said, It's not that great, but it's something to watch anyway. Felix and Alice came back in the patio door, Felix cutting himself a slice of the birthday cake, Alice putting on her cardigan, saying cheerfully, That's a lovely big garden out there. She laid a hand absently, fondly, on Simon's shoulder, and he looked up at her, curious, half smiling, and neither of them spoke. At 10 o'clock, Danielle tapped a spoon on a glass and said they would have a few songs. Gradually the room fell quiet, conversations tailing off, people entering from the living room to listen. A cousin of Danielle's began by singing She Moved Through the Fair. Some who knew the lyrics sang along, while others hummed the melody. From the doorway Eileen was watching Simon where he leaned against the fridge next to Alice, holding a glass of wine. Danielle asked Felix to sing something next. Give us Carrickfergus, said Gavin. Felix gave a nonchalant yawn. I'll do the Lass of Orphrim, he said. He put down the paper plate he had been holding, cleared his throat and began to sing. His voice was clear and tuneful, with a kind of tonal purity, rising to fill the quiet and then falling very low, so low it almost had the quality of silence. From across the room Alice watched him. He was standing against the counter, under the ceiling lamp, so that his hair and face and the slim slanting figure of his body were bathed in light, and his eyes were dark, and his mouth also. For some reason, because of the low rich quality of his voice, or because of the melancholy lyrics of the song, or perhaps because of some prior association the melody brought to her mind, Alice's eyes filled with tears as she watched him. He caught sight of her for a moment and then looked away. His voice sounded strangely similar to his ordinary speaking voice, the pronunciations were the same, but with sudden resounding depths. Tears began to run from Alice's eyes, and her nose was running also. She smiled as if at her own absurdity, but the tears went on streaming regardless, and she wiped her nose with her fingers. Her face was pink and gleaming wet. The song finished, and into a single moment of silence spilled the sound of cheering and applause. Gavin put his fingers in his mouth to whistle approvingly. Felix leaned against the sink, looking at Alice, and she looked back at him, almost shrugging, embarrassed. She wiped her cheeks with her hands. He was smiling. "You made her cry," said Gavin. People looked around at Alice then, and she laughed, awkwardly, and the laugh seemed to catch in her throat. She was wiping her face again. "She's all right," Felix said. Danielle asked for another song, but no one volunteered. "A hard act to follow," someone said. Danielle's cousin Gemma suggested The Fields of Athenry, and people began to talk amongst themselves. Felix had made his way around behind the table and was pouring wine into a plastic cup. Handing it to Alice, he said, "You're okay, aren't you?" She nodded, and he rubbed her back consolingly. "Don't worry," he said. "It's usually the old ladies who cry at that one, but we'll allow it. You didn't know I could sing, did you?" "Well, I used to be a lot better before I wrecked myself with smoking." He was talking lightly, almost inattentively, and stroking her back with his hand, as if he was not listening to himself. "Look, Simon's not crying," Felix said. "He must not be impressed with me." Smiling, Simon answered in a low voice, "Multi-talented." Alice gave another little laugh, sipping from her cup. "Cheeky," said Felix. From the living room doorway Eileen watched them, Felix with his hand on Alice's back, Simon standing the other side of her, the three of them talking together. And out the windows the sky was still dimming, darkening, the vast earth turning slowly on its axis. Chapter 28. When they left Danielle's house, it was pitch dark, without streetlights, and Eileen lit the torch on her phone so they could find their way down the driveway. In the car, with the doors shut behind them, it was quiet and warm. "Felix, you have a beautiful singing voice," Eileen said. He switched the headlights on and started to pull back out onto the road. "Yeah, that was for you," he said. "Well, for the pair of you, since you're both from around there." "Or from. Aren't you?" "Not that I really know what the song is about, to be honest. I thought it was a man singing to a woman, but then in the chorus I think it's a woman singing. Saying her babe lies cold in her arms. It's probably one of those old songs that's got a few different lyrics mixed up together. It's a sad one anyway, whatever it's about." Simon asked if he played music as well as singing, and Felix answered, "A bit. Fiddle mainly. And I'd get by all right on guitar if I had to. Few friends of mine play together, like at weddings and that. I have done weddings before, but from the music side it's not really my thing." "You're just doing Celine Dion all night or whatever." Alice said she'd had no idea he was so musical. "Yeah," he said. "Everyone around here would be like that, though. It's only in Dublin you meet tone-deaf people." "No offense." Glancing at Alice before returning his attention to the road, he went on, "So you're thinking of buying the house, are you?" "I didn't know that." From the back seat Eileen looked up. "Sorry, what?" she asked. Alice was putting on lip balm, pleased, a little drunk. "Thinking about it," she said. "Haven't decided yet." Eileen burst out laughing then, and Alice turned around in her seat to face her. "No, great," said Eileen. "I'm happy for you. You're moving to the countryside." Alice was looking at her with a puzzled frown. "Eileen, I already live in the countryside," Alice said. "We're talking about the house where I currently live." Eileen was smiling, shaking her head. "No, totally," she replied. "You came here on holiday and now you're going to stay on holiday forever. Why not?" Simon was watching Eileen, but Eileen was still smiling at Alice. Seriously, Eileen added. It's great. The house is amazing. Such high ceilings, wow. Slowly, Alice was nodding her head. Right, she replied. Well, I haven't made any decisions yet. She put the lip balm back in her bag. I don't know why you're saying I'm on holiday, she added. Whenever I do go to work, you send me a disapproving email telling me I should be at home. Eileen was laughing again, her face emptied of color. I'm sorry, she said. I misunderstood the situation, I can see that now. Simon was still watching her, and she turned to him with a bright, insincere smile, as if to say, what? Felix remarked that, before buying the house, Alice should get someone in to look at it properly, and Alice said it would need a lot of work anyway, no doubt. They were driving past the hotel then, the lit windows of the lobby, and along the coast road. Back at the house, Eileen went straight upstairs to her room while the others were still in the hallway. Her lips were pale, her breath shallow and uneven as she turned on the bedside lamp. The darkened bedroom window reflected the faint grey ellipse of her face, and she jerked the curtain closed, the hooks rasping on the rail. From downstairs, the sound of voices, Alice saying, "No, no, not me." Simon made some low indistinct reply, and then the others were laughing, high laughter carrying up the stairs. Eileen rubbed her fingers into her closed eyelids. The sound of the fridge door unsealing softly, and a clinking noise like glass. She started to unknot the waist tie of her dress, the linen creased and softened now after a day's wear, smelling of sun cream and deodorant. Downstairs, the noise of a door opening. She pulled the dress down off her shoulders, taking deep hard breaths in through her nose and releasing them between her lips, and then put on a striped blue nightdress. The noises from downstairs were quieter now, the voices intermingled. Sitting on the side of the mattress, she began to unpin her hair. Downstairs, one of the others was walking along the hallway, whistling. She removed one long black hairpin and dropped it with a faint click on the bedside locker. Her jaw was held tight, her back teeth grinding together. From outside the house, the noise of the sea, low, repetitive, and the air moving soft through the full heavy leaves of the trees. When her hair was loose she combed it out roughly with her fingers and then lay down on the bed and shut her eyes. A crisp snapping sound came from downstairs like a cork popping. She filled her lungs with breath. Her hands clenched into fists and then opened out again, stretching her fingers wide on the duvet, twice, 3 times. Alice's voice again. And the other two laughing, the men laughing, at whatever Alice had said. With a quick jerking movement Eileen got to her feet. She tugged a quilted yellow dressing gown from the back of a chair and pulled her arms into the sleeves. Making her way downstairs, she tied the sash of the gown loosely, distractedly, at her waist. At the end of the hallway the kitchen door was pulled shut, the light turned on, a sweet heavy fragrance of smoke in the air. She put her hand to the door handle. From inside, Alice's voice saying, "Oh, I don't know, not for months." Eileen opened the door. Inside, the room was warm and dimly lit, Alice sitting at one end of the table, Felix and Simon seated together against the wall, sharing a joint. They all looked up at Eileen with surprise, with something like wariness, where she stood in the doorway in her dressing gown. Bravely she smiled at them. "Can I join?" she asked. "Please do," Alice replied. Pulling a chair back and sitting down, Eileen asked, "What are we talking about?" Felix passed her the joint over the tabletop. "Alice was just telling us about her parents," he said. Eileen took a quick drag and exhaled, nodding her head, everything in her face and bearing showing an effort to be cheerful. "Well, you already know," Alice said to Eileen. "You've met them." "Millimeter," Eileen said. "Long time ago. But go on." Turning back to the others, Alice went on, "With my mother it's actually less complicated, because she and my brother are like, suffocatingly close. And then my mother never liked me much anyway. Yeah? Felix said. That's funny. My mother loved me. I was her golden boy. Sad, really, because I turned out to be such a fuck-up. But she doted on me, God knows why. You're not a fuck-up, said Alice. To Simon, Felix said, what about you? Were you your mother's pet? Well, I was an only child, Simon answered. Certainly my mother was very fond of me, yes. Is very fond of me, I mean. He was turning the base of his wine glass around on the tabletop. It's not the easiest relationship in my life, he added. I think she sometimes feels kind of confused and frustrated with me. Like in terms of my career, the decisions I've made. I suppose she has friends whose children are the same age I am, and they're all doctors or lawyers now and they have children of their own. And I'm basically still a parliamentary assistant with no girlfriend. I mean, I don't blame my mother for being confused. I don't know what happened to my life either. Felix gave a short cough and asked, but you have a fairly important job, do you not? Simon looked around at him, as if the question was surprising, and answered, oh God, no. Not at all. Not that I think my mother is obsessed with status, by the way. I'm sure she would have liked to have had a son who was a doctor, but I don't think she's disappointed in me for not wanting that. Felix passed him the joint and he accepted it. We don't really have serious conversations, he added. You know, she doesn't like things to get serious, she just wants everyone to get along. I think in a way she finds me intimidating. Which makes me feel awful. He took a short drag and, after exhaling, added, whenever I think about my parents I feel guilty. I was just the wrong son for them, it wasn't their fault. But it wasn't your fault either, said Alice. Intently Eileen was watching this exchange, her jaw held tight, still half smiling. What about you, Eileen? Said Felix. You get along okay with your parents? The question seemed to surprise her. Oh, she said. Then, after a pause, they're not bad. I have an insane sister who they are both afraid of. And she made my life hell when we were kids. But otherwise they're okay. The sister who got married, said Felix. Yeah, that's the one, she said. Lola. She's not really evil, she's just chaotic. And maybe a bit evil, sometimes. She was really popular in school and I was a loser. I mean, I literally had not one friend. Looking back, I think it's lucky I didn't kill myself, because I used to think about it constantly. Around the age of 14, 15. I tried talking to my mother, but she said there was nothing wrong with me and I was just being dramatic. Here she hesitated, looking down at the bare surface of the table. Then she went on, really I think I would have done it, but when I was 15, I met someone who wanted to be friends with me. And he saved my life. Quietly Simon said, if that's true, I'm glad. Felix sat up then, surprised. What? He said. Was it you? Eileen was smiling more naturally now, still a little pale and drawn, but enjoying the rehearsal of a familiar story. You know we were neighbors growing up, she said. And when Simon was home from college one summer, he came to help my dad out on the farm. I don't know why. I suppose your parents told you to. In a low humorous voice, Simon said, no, I think at the time I'd just finished reading Anna Karenina. And I want to go and work on a farm so I could be like Levin. You know he has these profound experiences while he's cutting grass with a sickle or something, and it makes him believe in God. I don't really remember the details now, but that was my general idea. Eileen was laughing, moving her hair around with her hands. Did you really come to work for Pat because you thought it would be like Anna Karenina? She said. I never knew that. I suppose if you were Levin, we were the moujiks. Addressing the others again, she went on, Anyway, that's how Simon and I became friends. I was one of the little peasant girls who lived near his family's estate. Indulgently Simon murmured, I wouldn't put it quite like that. Eileen dismissed this intervention with a flapping gesture of her hand. And our parents know each other, obviously, she said. My mother actually has an inferiority complex about Simon's mother. Every year on Christmas Eve, Simon and his parents come over for a drink and we have to scrub the entire house from top to bottom before they arrive. And we put special towels in the bathroom. You know, that kind of way. Smoking again now, leaning back against the wall, Felix said, and what do they think of Alice? Eileen looked at him. Who, my parents? She asked. He nodded. Yeah, she said. They've met a couple of times. They don't know each other really well or anything. With a smile Alice said, they disapprove of me. Felix laughed. Do they really? He asked. Eileen was shaking her head. No, she said. They don't disapprove. They just don't know you very well. They never liked us living together in college, Alice went on. They wanted Eileen to make friends with nice middle-class girls. Eileen let out a breath with a raw kind of laughing sound. To Felix, she said, I think they found Alice's personality a bit challenging. And now that I'm successful, they resent me, Alice added. I don't know where you get that from, said Eileen. Well, they didn't like you visiting me in hospital. Did they? Eileen was shaking her head again, pulling at her earlobe distractedly. That had nothing to do with you being successful, she said. What did it have to do with? Alice asked. Felix seemed to have forgotten he was smoking, and let the joint go out between his fingers. Looking up at him, Eileen said, You see, when Alice moved back from New York, she didn't tell me she was coming home. I was sending her all these emails and messages, hearing nothing back for weeks, and getting really worried and panicky that something had happened to her. And the whole time she was living 5 minutes away from my apartment. Pointing at Simon, she went on, he knew. I was the only one who didn't know. And she told him not to tell me, so he had to put up with me complaining to him that I hadn't heard from her, and all the time he knew she was living on fucking Clanbrassil Street. In a restrained voice Alice said, obviously it wasn't a great time for me. Eileen was nodding her head, with the same bright effortful smile. Yeah, she said. Not a great time for me either, because my partner of like 3 years had just left me, and I had nowhere to live. And my best friend wasn't speaking to me, and my other best friend was acting really weird because he wasn't allowed to tell me anything. Eileen, said Alice calmly, with all due respect, I was having a psychiatric breakdown. Yes, I know. I remember, because when you were admitted to hospital, I was there pretty much every day. Alice said nothing. The reason my parents didn't like me visiting you so much had nothing to do with you being successful, Eileen went on. They just don't think you're a very good friend. Remember when you got out of hospital, you told me you were leaving Dublin for a few weeks to get some rest. And now it turns out you weren't leaving for a few weeks, you were leaving forever. Which everyone seemed to realize except me. But no need to keep me in the loop, obviously. I'm just the idiot who put my bank account into overdraft getting buses to see you in hospital every day. See, I suppose my parents would say you just don't really care about me. Simon had bowed his head while Eileen was speaking, but Felix went on watching them both. Alice stared across the table, patches of color flaring on her cheeks. You have no idea what I've been through, Alice said. Eileen laughed, a high brittle laugh. Couldn't I say exactly the same thing to you? She asked. Alice closed her eyes and opened them again. Right, she said. You mean some guy you didn't even really like broke up with you? Must have been rough. From the other end of the table, Simon said, Alice. No, Alice went on. None of you have any idea. Don't lecture me. Not one of you understands anything about my life. Eileen got to her feet and let her chair fall backward onto the floor, slamming the kitchen door shut behind her. Simon sat up, watching her go, and Alice glanced over at him impassively. Go on, she said. She needs you, I don't. Looking back at her, Simon answered in a gentle tone of voice, but that hasn't always been true, has it? Fuck you, said Alice. He went on looking at her. I know you're angry, he said. But I think you also know that what you're saying isn't right. You know nothing about me, she answered. Gazing down at the surface of the table then, he seemed to smile. Okay, he said. He rose to his feet and left the room, closing the door quietly after him. Alice put her fingertips on her temples briefly, as if her head ached, and then she got to her feet and went to the sink, rinsing out her glass. You can't trust people, she said. Anytime you think you can, they just throw it back at you. Simon is the worst of all. You know what's wrong with him? I'm serious, it's called a martyr complex. He never needs anything from anyone, and he thinks that makes him a superior being. Whereas in reality he just leads a sad sterile life, sitting alone in his apartment telling himself what a good person he is. When I was really sick, I called him on the phone one night and he brought me to the hospital. That's all. And now I have to hear about it whenever I see him. What has he done with his life? Nothing. At least I can say I've contributed something to the world. And he thinks he's superior to me because he picked up the phone once. He goes around making friends with unstable people just so he can feel good about himself. Especially women, especially younger women. And if they have no money, that's even better. You know he's 6 years older than me. What has he done with his life? Felix, who had not spoken in a long time now, was still sitting on the bench seat with his back against the wall, nursing his bottle of beer. Nothing, he replied. You said that already. I've done nothing either, so I don't know why you think I care. Alice stood at the kitchen counter with her back to him, watching him in the reflective surface of the kitchen window. Gradually he noticed her looking, their eyes met. What? He said. I'm not scared of you. She lowered her gaze then. Maybe that's because you don't know me very well, she said. He gave an offhanded laugh. She said nothing. He went on watching her back for a few seconds longer. Her face very white, she took an empty wine glass from the draining board and held it in her hand for a moment before dropping it hard down onto the tiles. The bowl part of the glass hit the floor with a crashing noise and shattered into fragments, while the stem remained largely intact, rolling away toward the fridge. In silence he observed her, not moving. If you're thinking of doing something to hurt yourself, he said, don't bother. You'll only make a scene and you won't feel better afterwards anyway. Her hands were braced against the kitchen counter, her eyes closed. Very quietly she answered, no, don't worry. I won't do anything while you're all here. He raised his eyebrows and looked down at his drink. I'd better stick around so, he said. Her knuckles stood out white where she gripped the counter. I don't honestly think you care whether I live or die, she said. Felix took a sip of his drink and swallowed. I should be pissed off with you talking to me like that, he remarked. But what's the point? You're not even really talking to me anyway. In your head you're still talking to her. Alice bent down over the sink, her face buried in her hands, and he got up from his seat to go to her. Without turning around she said, come near me and I'll fucking hit you, Felix. I will. He stopped there at the table while she stood with her head in her arms. Time passed this way in silence. At length he came out from behind the table and pulled out one of the kitchen chairs, dislodging some of the larger shards of glass on the tiles. For a few seconds she just continued standing against the sink, as if she had not even heard him approaching, and then without looking at him, she sat down. She was shivering, her teeth were chattering. In a low kind of groan she said, "Oh God. I feel like I'm going to kill myself." He was leaning against the kitchen table, watching her. "Yeah, I've felt that way before," he answered. "But I haven't done it. And neither will you." She looked up at him, the expression on her face frightened, penitent, ashamed. "No," she said. "I suppose you're right. I'm sorry." Faintly he smiled and lowered his eyes. "You're all right," he answered. "And I do care whether you live or die, by the way. You know well I do." She went on looking at him for a few long seconds, her eyes moving absently over his figure, his hands, his face. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm ashamed of myself. I thought I was starting to get better. I'm sorry." He sat up on the surface of the kitchen table then. "Yeah, you are getting better," he said. "This is just a small little, whatever they call it, a little episode. Are you taking something? Antidepressants or something?" She nodded her head. "Yeah," she said. "Prozac." He looked down at her sympathetically where she sat on the chair. "Oh yeah?" he said. "You're doing pretty well on it, then. When I was on that stuff I had no sex drive at all." She laughed, and her hands were trembling, as if in relief after some averted disaster. "Felix," she said, "I can't believe I told you I was going to hit you. I feel like a monster. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry." Calmly he met her eye. "You didn't want me coming near you, that's all," he said. "You didn't really know what you were saying. And you're a psychiatric case, remember?" Confused, she looked down at her shaking hands. "But I thought I wasn't anymore," she said. He shrugged his shoulders, taking his lighter from his pocket. "Well, you still are," he said. "It's okay, it takes time." She touched her lips, watching him. "When were you on Prozac?" she asked. Without looking up he answered, "Last year, I went on it for a month or two and then came off again. And I was doing a lot worse stuff than dropping a few wine glasses, believe me. Getting into fights all the time. Stupid things." He rasped his thumb over the spark wheel of the lighter. "You and your friend will be all right," he said. Alice stared down at her lap and said, "I don't know. I think it's one of those friendships where one person cares a lot more than the other." He clicked the button down to light the flame and then released it again. "You think she doesn't care about you?" he said. Alice was still looking down into her lap, smoothing her hands over her skirt. "She does," she said. "But it's not the same." He got down from the table and crossed over to the back door, avoiding the larger fragments of glass. Opening the door out wide, he leaned on the frame and looked out at the damp garden, breathing in the cool night air. For a while neither of them said anything. Alice got up and took a dustpan and brush from under the sink to sweep up the glass. The very smallest shards had scattered the furthest, under the radiator, between the fridge and the countertop, glittering silver with reflected light. When she was finished sweeping up, she dumped the contents of the pan onto a sheet of newspaper and then wrapped that up and put it into the dustbin. Felix was leaning on the door jamb, looking outside. "It's the same thing you think about me," he remarked. "Just interesting, that it's the same." Inside, she straightened up and looked at him. "What?" she asked. He took a deep breath and exhaled before answering. "You think Eileen doesn't care as much as you do," he said. "And you think the same about me, that you care more. Maybe that's why you got to like me in the first place, I don't know. Part of me thinks you just hate yourself. Everything you're doing, moving out here on your own with no car or anything, getting your feelings involved with some randomer you met online, it's like you're trying to make yourself miserable. And maybe you want someone to fuck you over and hurt you. At least that would make sense why you would pick me out, Because you think I'm the type of person who could do that. Or would want to. She was standing at the sink, saying nothing. Slowly he nodded his head. Well, I'm not going to, he said. If that's what you want, I'm sorry. He cleared his throat and added, and I don't think you like me more. I think we like each other the same. I know I don't show it in my actions all the time, but I can try to be better on that. And I will try. I love you, all right? She had a strange, dazed look on her face as she listened, holding her hand to her cheek. Even though I'm a psychiatric case, she said. He laughed, standing upright and closing the door behind him. Yeah, he answered. Even though we both are. After leaving the room, Simon had gone upstairs to the landing and stood for a moment at the door of Eileen's room. From inside came a high ragged sobbing sound, punctuated by gasps of breath. Gently he knocked on the door with the back of his hand and a sudden silence fell. Hey, he said aloud, it's just me. Can I come in? The noise of crying started again. He opened the door and went inside. Eileen was lying on her side with her knees pulled up to her chest, one hand in her hair, the other hiding her eyes. Simon closed the door behind him and went to sit down on the side of the bed, near the pillows. I can't believe this is my life, she said. He sat looking down at her with a friendly expression. Come here, he said. She sobbed again and clutched hard at her hair. In a thick voice she answered, You don't love me. She doesn't love me. I have no one in my life. No one. I can't believe I have to live like this. I don't understand. He laid a broad square hand on her head. What are you talking about? He said. Of course I love you. Come here. For a moment she scrubbed at her face crossly with her hands, not speaking, and then, with the same tense irritated manner, she moved over and rested her head in his lap, her cheek against his knee. That's better, he said. She was frowning, rubbing at her eyes with her fingers. I ruin everything good in my life, she said. Everything. He went on moving his hand over her hair, smoothing the stray damp strands back off her face. With Alice I've ruined everything, she went on. And with you. At that she let out another sob, covering her eyes. He moved his hand slowly back over her forehead, over her hair. You haven't ruined anything, he said. Ignoring this remark, she paused for breath, and went on. When we were having drinks last night in town, she broke off again to take another heaving breath, and with some effort continued, I actually felt happy for once in my life. I even thought that to myself at the time, for once in my life I feel happy. Sometimes I think I'm being punished, like God is punishing me. Or I'm doing it to myself, I don't know. Because any time I feel good for even 5 minutes something bad has to happen. Like in your apartment the other week when we were watching TV together. I should have known it would all get ruined after that, because I was sitting there on your couch thinking to myself, I can't remember the last time I felt this happy. Anytime something really good happens, my life has to fall apart. Maybe it's me, maybe I'm the one doing it. I don't know. Aidan couldn't put up with me. And now Alice can't either, and neither can you. In a low voice Simon murmured peaceably, Yes I can. Impatiently Eileen wiped away the tears that were still streaming from her eyes. I don't know, maybe I'm not that great of a person, she said. Maybe I don't really think about other people, the way I think about myself. Like with you. For all I know you're more miserable than I am, but you just never say it. And you're always nice to me. Always. Even right now I'm crying on your lap. When have you ever cried on my lap? Never, you never have. Tenderly he looked down at her, the freckles along her cheekbone, her hot pink ear. No, he agreed. But we're different people. And I'm not miserable, don't worry. Sometimes I'm sad, but that's okay. She gave her head a little shake without lifting it from his lap. "But I don't take care of you the way you take care of me," she said. He was smoothing his thumb slowly over her cheekbone. "Well, maybe I'm not very good at being taken care of," he answered. Her tears had subsided, and she lay there on his lap for a moment without speaking. Then she asked, "Why not?" He gave an awkward smile. "I don't know," he said. "Anyway, we were talking about you, I think." She turned her head to look up at him. "I wish we could talk about you for once," she said. Looking back down at her, he was quiet a moment. "I'm sorry that you feel like God is punishing you," he said. "It's not something I believe he would do." She looked at him a few seconds longer, and then said, "When we were on the train the other day I wrote Alice a message saying, I wish Simon had asked me to marry him 10 years ago." For a moment he said nothing, apparently in thought. "When you were 19, he remarked. "Would you have accepted such a proposal?" She gave a feeble laugh and shrugged her shoulders. Her eyes were hot and swollen. "If I had any sense I would have," she answered. "But I can't remember now if I had any sense at that age or not. I think I would have found it extremely romantic, so maybe yes. It would have been a better life, you know, than whatever I've had instead." He was nodding his head, smiling wryly, a little sadly. "For me too," he said. "I'm sorry." She took hold of his hand then, and they were quiet for a time. "I know Alice upset you," he said. She was tracing her thumb over his knuckles. "In the kitchen this morning, Felix asked me why I didn't come to see her sooner," she said. "And I started saying, well, what was stopping Alice from coming to see me? Where has she been? It's not like she has a lot on. Anytime she felt like it, she could have hopped on a train and come to visit me. If she loves me so much, why did she move here in the first place? No one made her do it. It's like she went out of her way to make it difficult for us to see each other, and now she's nursing her hurt feelings, telling herself I don't care about her. When actually, she was the one who left. I didn't want her to go." With this last remark, Eileen started crying again, her face in her hands. "I didn't want her to go," she repeated. Simon was touching her hair, saying nothing. Without looking up she said in a painful voice, "Please don't leave me." Smoothing a lock of her hair back behind her ear, he murmured, "No, never. Of course not." For a minute longer, 2 minutes, she went on crying, and he sat quietly cradling her head in his lap. Finally she sat upright beside him on the mattress, drying her face with her sleeve. "I never have been very good at it," he remarked. "Being looked after." With a frail little laugh she said, "Watch and learn. I'm an expert." Absently he smiled, looking down at his lap. "I suppose I'm afraid of imposing myself," he went on. "I mean, I don't like to feel someone is doing something just because they think I want them to, or they feel obliged. Maybe I'm not explaining that properly. It's not that I never want anything for myself. There are obviously some things I do want, very much." He broke off, shaking his head. I'm not expressing myself well," he said. Her eyes moved over his face. "But Simon," she said, "you don't really let me get near you. Do you know what I mean? And whenever I do get near, you just push me away." He cleared his throat, looking down at his hands. "We can talk about it another time," he said. "I know you're upset about Alice, we don't need to discuss all this now." With a faint crease between her brows she was frowning. "But that's just pushing me away again," she said. He gave a kind of pained smile. "I don't want you to be in my life just because you think I'll be miserable without you," he said. "I like to feel that you like being around me, for your own sake." Absently he was massaging the palm of his hand, under his thumb joint. "I never want you to feel obliged to me," he went on. "If I've ever done anything for you, it was really for myself, because I've wanted to be close to you. And, if I'm honest, I've wanted to feel that you needed me, that you couldn't do without me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't think I'm being very clear at all. I mean that you've done much more for me, really, than I've ever done for you. And I've needed you more. I do need you more, a lot more, than you need me. He let out a breath. She was watching him in silence. He went on distractedly, almost as if talking to himself, but maybe I'm saying all the wrong things. I find it very hard to talk like this. Again he exhaled, almost like a sigh, and touched his hand to his brow. She went on watching him, only listening, not speaking. Finally he looked up at her and said, I know you're scared. And maybe you really meant all those things you said about our friendship, just wanting to be friends, and if you did, I'll accept that. But I feel maybe it's possible you said those things, at least in some way, because you wanted me to make the other case. As if I would come out and say, no, Eileen, it's you or no one, I can't be happy without you. Or whatever you wanted me to say. And maybe even when you're getting angry at Alice, saying that she doesn't care about you, I don't know, maybe it's the same idea. At some level you want her to say, oh but Eileen, I love you very much, you're my best friend. But the problem is that you seem to be drawn to people who aren't very good at giving you those responses. I mean, anyone could have told you, certainly Felix and myself both knew, that Alice was never going to react that way just now. And maybe it's the same with me, in a way. If you tell me you don't want to be with me, I might feel very hurt and humiliated, but I'm not going to start begging and pleading with you. At some level, I actually think you know I won't. But then you get left with the impression that I don't love you, or I don't want you, because you're not getting this response from me, this response that you basically know you won't get, because I'm not the type of person who can give it to you. I don't know. I'm not excusing myself, and I'm not excusing Alice. I know you think I'm always defending her, and I suppose when I do that I'm really defending myself, to be honest. Because I see myself in her, and I feel sorry for her. I can see her pushing you away, even though she doesn't want to, and it hurts her. And I know how that feels. Look, if you meant what you said about just wanting to be friends, I understand, really. I'm not an easy person to be with, I know that. But if you think there's any chance that I could make you happy, I wish you would let me try. Because it's the only thing I really want to do with my life. She put her arms around his neck then, turning toward him where they sat on the side of the bed, pressing her face to his throat, and she whispered something only he could hear. When Alice reached the bottom of the staircase a few minutes later, Eileen was coming out onto the landing. By the low light of a lamp in the hallway they saw one another and paused, Eileen at the top of the stairs looking down, Alice looking up, their faces anxious, wary, aggrieved, each like a dim mirror of the other, hanging there pale and suspended as the seconds passed. Then they went to each other, meeting halfway down the stairs, and they embraced, holding one another tightly, their arms clasped hard around each other's bodies, and then Alice was saying, I'm sorry, and Eileen was saying, don't apologize, I'm sorry, I don't know why we're fighting. Both of them laughing then, with strange hiccuping laughter, and wiping their faces with their hands, saying, I don't even know what we're fighting about. I'm sorry. They sat down then on the staircase, exhausted, Alice one step below Eileen, their backs against the wall. Do you remember in college we had a fight and you wrote me a mean letter, said Eileen. On refill paper. I don't remember what it said, but I know it wasn't nice. Alice gave the hiccuping laugh again weakly. You were my only friend, she said. You had other friends, but I only had you. Eileen took her hand, lacing their fingers together. For a time they sat there on the stairs, not speaking, or speaking absently about things that had happened a long time ago, silly arguments they'd had, people they used to know, things they had laughed about together. Old conversations, repeated many times before. Then quiet again for a little while. I just want everything to be like it was, Eileen said. And for us to be young again and live near each other, and nothing to be different. Alice was smiling sadly. But if things are different, can we still be friends? She asked. Eileen put her arm around Alice's shoulders. If you weren't my friend, I wouldn't know who I was, she said. Alice rested her face in Eileen's arm, closing her eyes. No, she agreed. I wouldn't know who I was either. And actually for a while I didn't. Eileen looked down at Alice's small blonde head, nestled on the sleeve of her sweatshirt. Neither did I, she said. 2:30 in the morning. Outside, astronomical twilight. Crescent moon hanging low over the dark water. Tide returning now with a faint repeating rush over the sand. Another place, another time. Chapter 29. Hello, I have attached a draft of the essay with notes below. It's reading really nicely the way it is, but I wonder what you think about the idea of switching the two middle sections. So the biographical part would come later on. Have a look and see how you feel. Did JP ever get back to you with his notes? I suspect he would be much more useful than I am. I have so completely lost any sense of linear time that I was lying in bed last night thinking, it must be nearly a year now since the first time Eileen and Simon were here. And only very gradually, as I became conscious that I was lying under our big warm duvet rather than the light summer blanket, did I remember that it is now almost December, 18 months since that first visit last summer. 18 months. Is this how it's going to be for the rest of our lives? Time dissolving into thick dark fog, things that happened last week seeming years ago, and things that happened last year feeling like yesterday. I hope this is a side effect of lockdown and not simply a consequence of growing older. Speaking of which, happy belated. I did put a gift in the post on time, but have no idea when or whether it will arrive. No news on our end. Felix is as well as can be expected. He continues to experience periodic episodes of despair about the pandemic, and to hint darkly that if the situation continues much longer he won't be responsible for his actions. But he usually cheers up again afterwards. In the meantime he has been doing the grocery shopping for several elderly people in the village, which gives him lots of opportunities to complain about elderly people, and he also spends quite a bit of time down at the community garden, making compost, complaining about making compost, and so on. For my part, the difference between lockdown and normal life is, depressingly, minimal. 80 to 90% of my days are the same as they would be anyway, working from home, reading, avoiding social gatherings. But then it turns out that even a tiny amount of socializing is very different from none. I mean, one dinner party every 2 weeks is categorically different from no parties at all. And of course I continue to miss you passionately, and your boyfriend too. Seeing him on the news the other night was the thrill of our lives, by the way. Felix is convinced the dog recognized him, because she barked at the screen, but between you and me she barks at the television all the time. I don't know if you've been following any of this, but about a month ago I was doing an interview over email and the journalist asked me what my partner thought of my books. Unthinkingly, I wrote back that he had never read them. So of course this became the headline of the interview, Alice Kelleher, my boyfriend has never read my books, and afterwards Felix saw a popular tweet saying something like, "This is tragic, she deserves better." He showed me the tweet on the screen of his phone one evening without saying anything, and when I asked him what he thought about it, he just shrugged. At first I thought, a perfect example of our shallow self-congratulatory book culture, in which non-readers are shunned as morally and intellectually inferior, and the more books you read, the smarter and better you are than everyone else. But then I thought, no, what we really have here is an example of a presumably normal and sane person whose thinking has been deranged by the concept of celebrity. An example of someone who genuinely believes that because she has seen my photograph and read my novels, she knows me personally, and in fact knows better than I do what is best for my life. And it's normal. It's normal for her not only to think these bizarre thoughts privately, but to express them in public, and receive positive feedback and attention as a result. She has no idea that she is, in this small limited respect, quite literally insane, because everyone around her is also insane in exactly the same way. They really cannot tell the difference between someone they have heard of and someone they personally know. And they believe that the feelings they have about this person they imagine me to be, intimacy, resentment, hatred, pity, are as real as the feelings they have about their own friends. It makes me wonder whether celebrity culture has sort of metastasized to fill the emptiness left by religion. A sort of malignant growth where the sacred used to be. In other news that isn't news, the saga of my poor health continues as before. With one thing and another I am in pain almost every day now. In my better moods, I tell myself this is just a consequence of all the accumulated stress and exhaustion of the last few years, and it will resolve itself with time and patience. And in my worst moods I think, this is it, this is my life. I have been reading a lot about stress in the medical literature. Everyone seems to agree it is about as bad for your health as smoking, and beyond a certain point practically guarantees a major adverse health outcome. And yet the only recommended treatment for stress is not to experience it in the first place. It's not like anxiety or depression, where you can go to your doctor and get treated and hopefully experience some degree of symptomatic improvement. It's like taking illegal drugs. You're just not supposed to do it, and if you do, you should try to do it less. There is no available medication to treat the problem, and no therapeutic regime backed by any real evidence. Just don't get stressed. It's very important, or you could make yourself really sick. Anyway, from an etiological standpoint I feel like I've been locked in a smoke-filled room with thousands of people shouting at me incomprehensibly day and night for the last several years. And I don't know when it will end, or how long it will take me to feel better afterwards, or if I ever will. On one hand, I know the human body can be incredibly resilient. On the other, my sturdy peasant ancestors did little to prepare me for a career as a widely despised celebrity novelist. What do you think? Gradual return to a state of fair to moderate physical health? Or gradual acceptance of chronic poor health, perhaps presenting new opportunities for spiritual growth? Speaking of which, when Felix saw I was writing you an email, he said, "You should tell her you're Catholic now." This is because he recently asked me if I believed in God, and I said I didn't know. He went around shaking his head all day after that, and then told me that if I go off and join a convent, I shouldn't expect any visits from him. Needless to say, I am not going to join a convent, nor am I even Catholic, as far as I know. I only feel, rightly or wrongly, that there is something underneath everything. When one person kills or harms another person, then there is something, isn't there? Not simply atoms flying around in various configurations through empty space. I don't know how to explain myself, really. But I feel that it does matter, not to hurt other people, even in one's own self-interest. Felix of course agrees with this sentiment as far as it goes, and he points out, quite reasonably, that nobody goes around committing mass murders just because they don't believe in God. But increasingly I think it's because, in one way or another, they do believe in God. They believe in the God that is the deep buried principle of goodness and love underneath everything. Goodness regardless of reward, regardless of our own desires, regardless of whether anyone is watching or anyone will know. If that's God, then Felix says fine, it's just a word, it means nothing. And of course it doesn't mean heaven and angels and the resurrection of Christ, but maybe those things can help in some way to put us in touch with what it does mean. That most of our attempts throughout human history to describe the difference between right and wrong have been feeble and cruel and unjust, but that the difference still remains, beyond ourselves, beyond each specific culture, beyond every individual person who has ever lived or died. And we spend our lives trying to know that difference and to live by it, trying to love other people instead of hating them, and there is nothing else that matters on the earth. The book was proceeding by leaps before, but has now slowed to a kind of intermittent trickle. Naturally my sanguine temperament has prevented me from reading anything ominous into this turn of events. Ha ha! But really, I am trying not to go down that rabbit hole again this time, worrying that my brain has stopped working and that I'll never write another novel. One day I'll be right, and then I can't imagine I'll be glad that I spent so much time feeling anxious in advance. I know I am lucky in so many ways. And when I forget that, I just remind myself of the fact that Felix is alive, and you are, and Simon is, and then I feel wonderfully and almost frighteningly lucky, and I pray that nothing bad will ever happen to any of you. Now write back and tell me how you are. Chapter 30. Alice, thank you so much for your notes, and the birthday gift, which arrived in a timely fashion and was characteristically generous. And sorry for the short delay. I know you'll forgive me, because I am writing with important and confidential news. Confidential for the moment, though, as you'll soon figure out, not for long. The news is this: I'm pregnant. I found out for certain a few days ago by cutting a test out of its plastic packaging using a kitchen scissors and then urinating on it in the bathroom before Simon got home from a committee hearing he had to attend in person. When the test was positive, I sat down at the kitchen table and started crying. I'm not really sure why. I can't say I was shocked, because my doctor had taken me off the pill months ago, and my period was 3 weeks late. I won't bore or embarrass you with any more specific details about how I came to be pregnant. I'm sure you cannot at this stage in our friendship be surprised by any irresponsible behaviors on my part, but suffice it to say that even Simon is only human. Anyway, I had no idea when he was going to get home from this hearing. In an hour, 2 hours, or maybe he would be really late and I'd be sitting there alone all evening in the apartment, and then just as I was thinking that, I heard his keys in the door. He came inside and saw me sitting at the table, doing nothing, and I asked him to sit with me. He stood there looking at me for what seemed like a long time, and then without speaking he came over and sat down. Even before I said anything, I knew that he knew. I told him I was pregnant, and he asked me what I wanted to do. As strange as this might sound, I hadn't thought about that at all until he asked me. But only a few minutes had passed, really, and all I had thought about in that time was where he was, whether he was still at work or on his way back, whether he had stopped in a pharmacy or a supermarket, and how long it would take him to get home. When he asked me, I found it was easy to answer. I didn't have to think about it. I told him I wanted to have the baby. He cried then and said he was very happy. And I believed him, because I was very happy too. Alice, is this the worst idea I've ever had? In one sense, maybe yes. If everything goes right with the pregnancy, the baby will probably be due around the start of July next year, at which point we may still be in lockdown, and I would have to give birth alone in a hospital ward during a global pandemic. Even shelving that more immediate concern, neither you nor I have any confidence that human civilization as we know it is going to persist beyond our lifetimes. But then again, no matter what I do, hundreds of thousands of babies will be born on the same day as this hypothetical baby of mine. Their futures are surely just as important as the future of my hypothetical baby, who is distinguished only by its relationship to me and also to the man I love. I suppose I mean that children are coming anyway, and in the grand scheme of things it won't matter much whether any of them are mine or his. We have to try either way to build a world they can live in. And I feel in a strange sense that I want to be on the children's side, and on the side of their mothers, to be with them, not just an observer, admiring them from a distance, speculating about their best interests, but one of them. I'm not saying, by the way, that I think that's important for everyone. I only think, and I can't explain why, that it's important for me. Also, I could not stomach the idea of having an abortion just because I'm afraid of climate change. For me, and maybe only for me, it would be a sort of sick, insane thing to do, a way of mutilating my real life as a gesture of submission to an imagined future. I don't want to belong to a political movement that makes me view my own body with suspicion and terror. No matter what we think or fear about the future of civilization, women all over the world will go on having babies, and I belong with them, and any child I might have belongs with their children. I know in a thin rationalist way that what I'm saying doesn't make any sense. But I feel it, and I know it to be true. The other question, which may seem to you even more pressing, I wish I knew what you thought. Please write back quickly and tell me, is whether I am fit to parent a child in the first place. On the one hand, I'm in good health, I have a supportive partner who loves me, we're financially secure, I have great friends and family, I'm in my 30s. The circumstances are probably as good as they're going to get. On the other hand, Simon and I have only been together for 18 months, we live in a one-bed apartment, we don't have a car, and I'm a huge idiot who recently broke down in tears because I couldn't answer any of the starter questions on University Challenge. Is that appropriate behavioral modeling for a child? When I spend the day moving commas around and then cook dinner and then wash the dishes, and after this simple set of tasks I feel so tired I could physically sink through the floor and become one with the earth, is that the mentality of someone who's ready to have a baby? I have talked with Simon about this, and he says feeling tired after dinner is probably normal in your 30s and nothing to worry about, and that all women have crying spells, and although I know that's not true, I do find his paternalistic beliefs about women charming. Sometimes I think he's so perfectly suited to being a parent, so relaxed and dependable and good-humored, that no matter how awful I am, the child will turn out fine anyway. And he loves so much the idea of us having a baby together, already I can tell how happy and proud he is, and how excited, and it's so intoxicating to make him happy in that way. I find it hard to believe anything really bad about myself when I consider how much he loves me. I do try to remind myself that men can be foolish about women. But maybe he's right, maybe I'm not so bad, maybe even a good person, and we'll have a happy family together. Some people do, don't they? Have happy families, I mean. I know you didn't, and I didn't. But Alice, I'm still so glad we were born. As for the apartment, Simon says not to worry about that, because we can just buy a house in a less expensive area. And of course, he has suggested again that we might think about getting married, if I want to. Can you imagine me, a mother, a married woman, owning a little terraced house somewhere in the Liberties? With crayon on the wallpaper and Lego bricks all over the floor. I'm laughing even typing that, you have to admit it doesn't sound like me at all. But then, last year, I couldn't really imagine myself as Simon's girlfriend. I don't just mean that it was hard to imagine what our families would say, or what our friends would think. I mean, I couldn't imagine we were going to be happy together. I thought it would be the same as everything else in my life, difficult and sad, because I was a difficult and sad person. But that's not what I am anymore, if I ever was. And life is more changeable than I thought. I mean, a life can be miserable for a long time and then later happy. It's not just one thing or another, it doesn't get fixed into a groove called personality and then run along that way until the end. But I really used to believe that it did. Every evening now when we've finished our work, Simon turns on the news while I cook dinner, or I turn on the news while he cooks dinner, and we talk about the latest public health guidance, and what's been reported about what everyone is saying in cabinet and what Simon has privately heard everyone is actually saying in cabinet, and then we eat and wash up, and afterwards I read him a chapter of David Copperfield. While we lie on the couch, and then we look through the trailers on various streaming services for an hour until one or both of us falls asleep and then we go to bed. And in the morning I wake up feeling almost painfully happy. To live with someone I really love and respect, who really loves and respects me, what a difference it has made to my life. Of course everything is terrible at the moment, and I miss you ardently, and I miss my family, and I miss parties and book launches and going to the cinema, but all that really means is that I love my life, and I'm excited to have it back again, excited to feel that it's going to continue, that new things will keep happening, that nothing is over yet. I wish I knew what you thought of all this. I still have no idea what it will be like, what it will feel like, or how the days will pass, whether I'll still want to write or be able to, what will become of my life. I suppose I think that having a child is simply the most ordinary thing I can imagine doing. And I want that, to prove that the most ordinary thing about human beings is not violence or greed but love and care. To prove it to whom, I wonder. Myself, maybe. Anyway, no one else knows, and we're not going to tell anyone for a few more weeks, except for you and Felix. You can tell him if you want, of course, or Simon can tell him on the phone. I know that it's not the life you imagined for me, Alice, buying a house and having children with a boy I grew up with. It's not the life I used to imagine for myself either. But it's the life I have, the only one. And as I write you this message, I'm very happy. All my love.